Now the queue is open for viewer levels, and as we await the first submission, we're going to take a look at Speedorama version 1.2 by Redox, who is regular here and who was likely to submit this anyway, given that the first clear on this 3D world level is currently available. So we'll see how that goes. We'll try to make a fair run at it. Looks like that was a pickup or what? No, long jump into this. Ah, no, you just bounce off directly. Okay. May take us a couple of attempts to really get warmed up into this. Oh, I see. No, that's a toss, and then probably a wall jump up after that. Toss, wall jump. Yep. Oh, okay. Bounce, toss, wall jump, catch. And E, I suppose, is just a shell release then. Unless... Oh, it's just a high bounce. High bounce, catch. Yeah. Okay, a bit of a slip down that wall jump, but I think we have the right idea. A little bit difficult to notice that P at first. You really do need to do the release into wall jump quite crisply. Okay. Failed to catch that, I think. And, oh, I see. No, that's also going to be a long jump up top. Hello, Kai. Welcome. Queue is open, just doing a warm-up level, although this is trying to go for first clear, so it might be some time. Okay, we were supposed to throw that long jump against, and then that's bounce. Yeah, so thank you for adding the code. Currently, I am going for the first clear on this level, so it might be a little bit of a wait, but hopefully not too long, depending on how quickly this goes down. So you're going to send me something that is totally not a QR code, and I look forward to scanning that. Okay, now I just missed a throw into the pipe, but I think it's fairly clear what's supposed to happen there. Throw into the pipe, long jump out. Nope, just missed the long jump. Yeah, just getting warmed up for the day. So, a couple of things are going to feel a little bit rusty at first. But we'll hopefully get all that cleaned up. That is just too late a release. That's one thing we need to fix rather consistently so far. Hey Felix, welcome to the stream. Queue is newly open. The only thing is that I'm currently going for first clear on this level, which was in my personal queue. And so I will begin the queue hopefully after I get clear on this. So depending on how hard it is, it might be a little bit of a wait, but I will try to get it done quite efficiently, so. Welcome anyway, regardless of whether or not you have anything to submit or if you just want to hang out. And yeah. And okay, overshooting a little bit. Seems like I wasn't quite hitting the mark on that long jump, but long jump, I think when you have the 2 coin marker like that, the intention is to take off pretty much right on the second coin. Or maybe closer to the edge. We'll see. Host to posted, I will absolutely playtest your newest level if you join the queue and stay long enough to see yourself get played. Only thing is that this level, I'm currently trying to get a first clear on it, and so I don't know yet how long it's going to take for me to actually get to viewer levels today, but hopefully it will be fairly soon. Nope, missed that throw. Getting fairly close, though, already. We see that there are about 6 seconds left on the clock at that point. Not going to be much flexibility. And then... there we go. Now we're starting to get warmed up. And I'm going to miss. Okay. But that's pretty much the last throw and jump. Game audio dropped out already. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Sometimes that does happen on the stream, and that's why we run a test level at the very beginning, just to get those issues sorted out. So just give me a moment. I'm going to try to repair that. It does happen from time to time, and it is, I think, some issue to do with the way that my computer's CPU is throttling from temperature. It's very difficult to tell, but that's usually what's going on. So thank you for letting me know about that. Let's have a fresh attempt on this one with a fresh clock. No, long jump. So we were quite close to the end there. We just had one throw that was inaccurate. Was a little bit late. Actually, no, it was the wall jump that I think was a little bit late. The wall jumps didn't get me up to the shell catch in time. And so once we fix that, this should be fine. I'm actually just streaming off of a laptop, to be honest. It's not a very powerful chip by any means. But, you know, that's partly why I'm streaming off of my Switch and not really streaming PC games, is because streaming off PC and streaming at the same time is not something my box is going to handle. So, not really going to be high-end gear here by any means, but hopefully we'll get that upgraded with time. Oh, it was a bit of a slip there. The thing I've learned about levels like this is that I do sometimes lose to just being a little too slow on the wall jumps and slipping down a little far before actually executing them. And so, as long as the wall jumps are clean, I feel pretty confident that I can get this clear fairly quickly. It was just that last sequence of wall jumps that was kind of killing me on our best attempt to date. Right before the audio fix came in. But yeah, it's kind of a known issue with OBS, which is what I'm using for streaming. A lot of people seem to have run into the same audio issue where when the game data tends to get a little bit intense, audio tends to be the first thing to drop out. Not thermals? Yeah, that might be it. We'll see. As far as I know, and the documentation on this is rather poor, the OBS audio dropout issue is some kind of throttling that's happening somewhere. I'm not sure if it is on the software side, it might be. But I don't know enough about the software to really say that confidently. Oh, nope, just totally flubbed that long jump. How long do I play a level? I do not have a fixed time limit. It depends on the kind of level it is. Like, I'm not one of those people who sets a 15 to 20 minute timer. A general rule of thumb is that if it is a long kind of level, like a really hard one or a troll level that has lots of resets, then I will go for usually about 20 to 30 minutes and then ask you to resubmit for a continuation. For Super Worlds, I have a separate series of rules. Super Worlds, we keep going so long as we're in the first 15 minutes or so. We keep playing levels, you know, if they happen to be very, very quick. So usually I would say that from your position in queue, given that we typically receive a mix of longer levels and short levels, average wait time is usually going to be about 15 to 20 minutes per level. Average wait time, and that's just historically speaking, based on the kind of levels that people like to submit to me. Any certain types of levels I prefer, I actually have a bot response for that. Only one that I mean, I'm willing to try anything. The only one that does not really tend to go over too well is the really tight precision stuff where you're constantly dodging spike hitboxes over narrow gaps and such. Like, that kind of thing does not tend to do too well as a streaming experience, I found. Because it's just a lot of die and retry, right? But other than that, I accept pretty much everything. Okay. Nope, missed a throw. So it's just that throw, a series of wall jumps, and if the series of wall jumps is very quick, that's the end of this level. You've never had a system with bad thermals? I actually have had systems with, like, meltdown level thermals, but that's because for the longest time, my main computer was the 2011 MacBook Pro, which was a fantastic machine, except for the fact that it actually did have a meltdown problem with a video card that was eventually recalled, and so they call it the ticking time bomb GPU, where eventually, even if you had it replaced under warranty, it would inevitably be headed for failure. Which was too bad, because that was actually a fantastic model. Like, that laptop lasted me for an extremely long time. And you could use it for things that were very current in terms of games as well at the time, like, which is something that I think surprises people sometimes about the performance on the Mac side, simply because, you know, graphics engines and OpenGL and such were just not as well optimized. But it was a very high-performance machine, at least for its own day. Okay, missing the wall jump there. You really have to be very, very quick in order to get all the way up top. But yeah, that's the one time that I've had a thermal issue. You're going to steal the first clear? Yeah. I mean, that's certainly one way to make me get through the queue faster, I suppose. Whoops. Yeah, I mean, those of you watching, you're always welcome to try to race me to clears and record times and so on. I don't pretend to be a particularly great player, I just talk a lot about levels. And that's apparently the special power you need when you're a streamer who's not going to be somebody who's constantly getting record times. I did pretty decently in the latest Ninja, though. I don't know how many of you have seen the new Ninja level, that is with NSMBU Yoshi. But I am sort of within the top 2% of times on that, right in the 30-second bracket, I think, which is, like, it's not particularly great, but given that I only spent a little bit of time on it, I was kind of happy with that. But I find with Ninjas in general that I'm usually happy to finish within the top 2% or so, and feel like the gold stars are going to be pretty secure, so... Whoops. Yeah, Redux, I saw that first clear was available, at least on this version, and so I thought I would just start on it, since you would be likely to come by anyway. We actually have gotten to the last jump a few times. As you might expect from me, my wall jumps are too slow. And the fact that my wall jumps are too slow is what has been keeping me away from the flag. So. But yeah, almost there, for sure. You'd rather have a thick laptop than a portable campfire? Yeah. That's a good principle, especially if you're mainly using it as a kind of bolted down desktop replacement anyway, and you're not constantly packing it off on the go. As you can see, I'm a little bit late on a lot of the shell releases into the pipes, but that's just an adjustment we'll have to learn to make. Yeah. I feel like following the long jump marker on that particular spot has been projecting me a bit early, but it could be that my shell release is a little off. Okay. And yeah, I think that that's partly just the shell release timings not quite lining up with my preferred long jump spacing. But that's something I will just have to adjust around, I think. It's a little bit difficult to plan around sometimes, but I mean, the P markers are certainly there for a reason. And yeah, you can see that I sometimes just have a very late release into the pipe, and the pipe is kind of catching it from the corner. And that's probably enough of a displacement to throw off the intended timing. As you can see, yeah. Need to throw fast. Yeah. That's definitely going, whoops, to be the adjustment. At least from what I can see. Nope, just missed the button. Hey Alex, welcome back. Okay. I see. Okay, no. Still trying to adjust to a faster throw timing. And that's throwing off my muscle memory for some of the other buttons a little bit, but yeah, works quite nicely with a fast throw, actually. And okay, we got it. Yeah, the code of the level, I will show you that in just 1 second. Forgot that this was, in fact, our warm-up level, and the code wasn't actually posted, but yeah, Redox, hopefully that version is one that's going to hold up, and I can retain my first clear. In the meantime, yeah, kind of fun to have a more relaxing one that isn't 2 hours of failing at shell jumps. So here is the code for you if you want to try that out. I'm going to type that out in chat as well, so you don't have to scramble around looking for it. And then let's get to the queue. And yeah, let me check the list. Sorry to anyone I didn't recognize in the meantime. Panda Animate, Awesome Lab. Welcome to you folks as well. Thank you for coming back in. In the meantime, let's start with Kai. So thank you for all the GGs. And thank you, Redox, for dropping by right on time. I guess I can't really thank you for submitting, but there you go. Your title definitely doesn't lie. Oh, the thing that is not the QR code. That's right, I remember. Let's take a look. G1D X 69 HSF. Yeah, Redox, I mean, I figured that you were very likely to submit that anyway, so no need to wait. Mario Maker is being slow. So hopefully... Oh, hang on just one moment. Let me see what's going on my Switch's side. Let me just punch that in again, see if I'm actually still... Or actually, let's check the course list, see if the server is actually going to respond to me. Otherwise, this is going to be a very short stream. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, totally not a QR code. Put you on Mad Lads, okay. Well, it's not a QR code. I would look at the full level preview, but I don't want to totally spoil the experience yet. I see a world record of 3 seconds on this, which is interesting. Okay, so here's the thing that's totally not a QR code and takes 3 seconds to clear. And so I guess the idea is that I am supposed to try to find some way to scan this. Just to see... of course, you know, kind of trusting your description that this is in fact not a lie. The thing we can do, of course, is just try to go over the record, which is probably tightly tuned, but we'll take a quick look at the level preview, as well as perhaps the comments. I am going to see how close I can get to that 3-second record, though. Probably a little bit off, given my jump arc at the end there. Gonna have to be a lot tighter than that. Okay, we're within a frame. We have to do this again. I'm not going to make a very serious push at this, but let's see if there's any tightening up that we can do whatsoever. So thank you for the follow, and let's check. Oh, I'm still not at the record. Hang on. Let's take a look at what the preview screen is telling me. Okay, and it's just a QR code. Now, if I actually had a way at my desk to scan that, I would scan that. Unfortunately, I think we have to just take your word for it that it's not a QR code. I'm impressed, yet your clear check time here is 7 seconds. So if someone wants to scan that, you're certainly welcome to do so. I am just going to trust that the level title is not a lie. I am kind of curious. We may have to follow up on that later. Oh, I was going to do a sub next. Yeah, actually, no, the Awesome Lamp, you're supposed to be next. I hope you don't mind, since you're the only sub that... Oh, actually, no, Alex is here, too. That's okay. We'll own up to this error and take a look at Panda Animate first, and then we will do the proper next and sub-next order. What happened to Felix's code? No, Felix is not even next. Okay. So. Yeah, you got time. Good, good. Don't want you to feel like you have been robbed of your hard-earned membership benefits by our administrative error. Okay, Panda Anim is going to send me something now. Is this a world submission, or are you asking me to play something specific? Like, do you have something that you want to show? Actually, let's see if Panda Animate is here. I think Panda Animate might have actually just dropped the code and left. No. This Felix, this is not yours. Felix, you're later in the queue. So, that was Panda's code. Yeah, Felix, you're totally here. It's just that that code was ahead of you. So, Felix, we will do a sub next, which was the original intended order, and then you will be next after that. So you are the second one in the queue right now. Let me remove this one first. Panda Animate occasionally does drop in and drop out. So, anyway, hey Rammers, welcome back, and thank you for Blues and Booze Hotel Hop. Hopefully we'll see that one soon enough. So, Awesome Lamp will pull something up. Okay, here's Windy Nights, and that's something new from this week. As the night falls, the air becomes colder, and the wind picks up. So it looks like we're in for some desert wind to the tune of about 10%. Let's take a look. Okay, oh, whoops. That was a bit of a misjudgment. I forgot that the wind picks up right away and is permanent in the NSMBU style, so we'll just have to deal with it constantly, compensate accordingly. I mean, Desert Wind, I think, is rarely seen enough that adjusting to the different rule sets for each style is something that sometimes takes a little bit of relearning. I think it's definitely the mechanic that wound up being significantly harder in practice than it looked on paper. Of course, I'm going to check up there with Propeller, but having Propeller just as a way to relax things is certainly one way to go. Obviously, the intention here is to use the vines, whoops, as protection. It's one of the frustrations with the Propeller suit, I think, simply is that it is not something that makes you strictly more powerful. It does, in fact, remove some of your abilities in that you can no longer spin jump safely on top of enemies. And I find that something to be a bit of a compromise design-wise when it comes to using that power-up, and probably is why there was such a vacancy for something like the Squirrel suit to come into this style, to come in and save us from the Propeller being as limited as it is. And that's too bad, because I really remember loving the Propeller when I first saw it come up in the Super Mario Bros. Wii. Started to work on your traditional world again, so expect more of this soon. Okay. Sounds good to me. So yeah. Definitely a pretty solid traditional style experience that plays around this mechanic. I noticed that you have 2 squares beneath this block, which I guess it kind of makes sense for repeated coin blocks that's under wind, I guess, because with the standard 3 or 4 tile gap that you would normally see in a Nintendo power-up block, the wind positioning would really kind of throw you off from having a nice repeated hit. Okay. Let's just work around these guys. Good mushroom placement right there at the end of that column. And yeah, finally we're using some of these as intended. And there we go. Yeah, pretty satisfying structure so far, in that you have the wind at your back for section 1, run against a wind for section 2. I think it's actually something that does work quite well. Oh no, that's a flight pattern. I should have seen that as fairly obvious. As soon as I saw that, I was thinking, okay, that looks something like a propeller flight pattern or a squirrel pattern maybe, and I was right, but I tried that anyway. Ah, okay. Have to go... Now, one thing to remember, of course, is, and it's okay with this level because it's a fairly simple traditional layout, but when you have a level that is going to have a left to right and a right to left segment, when you respawn at checkpoint, it can be easy to forget which segment you were on, at least for me. And so I find that whenever there's any respawn from checkpoint, I have to orient myself all over again in terms of which way I'm going, and it's the same with a lot of levels that have things like doors before the boss and so on, and so it's not unique to this kind of layout. It's not like you need to re-upload with an arrow or something. I'm just saying that in the future, do be aware that when you respawn like this, it's especially when you see a coin trail to the left, it takes a moment to realize, okay, no, we respawned at the left to right zone. Okay. Because it is surprisingly easy to just go backwards from a checkpoint if you just mentally lose track of what's going on. Which, as you know, happens fairly often here, so... Okay. Let's hug the wall again. Let's be a little bit more patient with this one up top. Grab this mushroom and continue. Nope. Was going for that vine and did not compensate properly for the wind. And, yep. Okay, next section. Yeah, it isn't completely obvious. I think it's partly because earlier in the level, the lower coin was actually an indicator of something safe in that you had the 30 coin secret there. And so people who come into this, they would think, oh, the last time that there was a coin trail on top of the pit, that was perfectly fine. So, yeah, you might want to think about somehow signaling that a little bit differently. And it is something I think that is tricky to do. So yeah, that's just going to be a have you kept the propeller check. This is also a have you kept the propeller check. But we'll do what we can to reach for the top of the flag and miss. So, hey, hello, Super Boss. And good night to you as well. Thank you for dropping by, regardless. And you catch up on some sleep. Yeah, thank you for that, Lamp. You can really see, I think, the progression from, having seen some of your earliest traditional levels lately. I think that it's very clear that the spacing in some of your traditional layouts has become more and more precise. And so, yeah, certainly looking forward to what else you do with that, with everything that you have learned about design over the past year. You can reach the top of the flag without a propeller. Yeah, I guess with a better positioned bounce off of the spike top and taking advantage of the wind. Yeah, probably. I felt like I was reasonably close. In the meantime, let's take a look at next, and Felix, thank you so much for checking in and confirming that you are here. Hey, Loop and Snoop, thank you for dropping by. And let's take a look at this one. So, thank you for The Price is Right, which has music notes about it, like I'm supposed to expect the theme from the old television show, The Price is Right. So, here is the square root of Phoenix to the power of TM2. So, I guess this is actually only Felix trademark if you think about the order of operations, right? Because you're taking a square root and then you're squaring it. Except if Felix has a negative value, then that wouldn't necessarily work because well, we'll just assume that you're a positive Felix with a positive value and that you have come in with a positive attitude. So let's take a look at what you have here. Do you have a particular recommendation? Devil's Church. Devil's Church, okay. You're going to send me a 5-star, very hard Kaizo level with 0.05. Okay. I have no expectation of finishing this, but if that's your recommendation, we'll dip into it and see what I can do. If I die like over and over again to the first jump, I will probably tap out of it fairly quickly, though. Just so you know. I'll try to make some kind of minimal progress, but 0.05 does not raise my hopes. So, reach the goal after defeating all one Goomba. Okay. I mean, we can twirl over that, I guess. We're not under significant time pressure. The stream is asynchronous. You mean the sound is a little bit off, or what? Do I need to fix the sound again, or...? Because if it's just the sound that is lagging, that is something that we can deal with fairly quickly. Okay, just give me one moment. Yeah, I can see that the sound is on, I just don't know if the sound is actually in sync. So let's just give that a quick reset just in case. Since we have a complaint from the person who was the course creator. It looked okay on my end from everything I was seeing, but can't always be absolutely sure about that. Sometimes you do see a little bit of latency between the video and audio. Okay, for something 0.05%, this actually does not seem that bad so far. In terms of the actual technique that is required, really not bad at all at this part, so it remains to be seen what the massive difficulty check actually is. It looks like it's going to be a wall jump towards the big Mecha Koopa once we get over this wall. Whoops. Awesome Lamp, did I forget to mark you as a win? I forgot to mark you as a win. Let me fix that for you. And so you are properly cleared from the queue. Thank you for drawing that to my attention. Let me just remove your previous... Okay. Yeah, I forgot to remove your submission. Let me take a look. I already see 1 ground pound cancel. Yeah, I guess if that's what the arrows here are signifying. Whoops. Oh, I see. Okay. Kind of surprised that it would be a ground pound cancel, though. I guess that would be just a matter of timing, given that it's fairly clear that a wall jump is what is needed after that column. But I guess a ground pound cancel would be a timing adjustment to get to the Mecha Koopa. So yeah, thank you for Wendy's burner airship. Wendy's burner airship, where she keeps her burner account for, I don't know, posting QR codes all over levels meant for pointing to some particular subreddit. I don't know. We'll see what that QR code earlier was all about. Maybe not at this moment, but... Yeah, okay, we managed to get over this earlier. I guess... whoops, trying to cancel out of that, and that was disastrous. But I don't see why a cancel would be necessary, actually, because we can do a lot of timing adjustment just using the twirl, as far as I can tell. Hey, the Vitruvian Man, Thursday is going fine. Oops. Oh, thank you for Path of Pain. Should really get back to Hollow Knight at some point and do the actual Path of Pain. I absolutely adored Hollow Knight, but as you've probably heard me talk about before, I only managed to get it up to about 90% my first run, and I didn't finish some of the final stuff with the White Palace and so on. Okay, I see. You actually need a fairly high bounce, probably followed by a decent series of twirls just to get over that one. The marker for the Mecha Koopa bounce is actually a little bit deceptive, I think. Unless I'm supposed to spin jump towards it, and spin jumping towards it would project it forward in such a way that I can use it for secondary bounce. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, given that that looks like a bit of a height check instead. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a height check. Yeah, absolutely adore Hollow Knight. And I just know that the next time I play it too, the routing is going to be completely different. Note that's going to be a wall jump off the left. You know, obstacle by obstacle, this is actually pretty reasonable so far for something that is 0.05%. I really do wonder what the serious difficulty check is going to be. Okay, a little bit low. You can see that there is an invisible block there just as enforcement. Not really necessary from what I can tell. Simply, oh, I guess if you're worried about a wall jump followed by twirls taking you up to the right. I don't know if that's actually a risk, but you can tell that this level is fairly serious about not wanting to let you cut any corners. Yeah, I know it's a wall jump. Or at least that was the thing you were obstructing. Okay, we really did need that twirl. Whoops. Coming in a bit low. But yeah, for something that is 0.05 and who knows what kind of shenanigans it has ahead of me, it could just be a 0.05 due to length, for all I know. If it is something that is just long and doesn't have a checkpoint, for instance. But, and of course it could be a case where that Goomba for the clear condition is maybe just hard to hit. I mean, I'm not going to realistically see that much of this level, but the platforming we've seen so far is not bad. Like, this is reasonable stuff. A little bit tight on the ceilings. I don't think, you know, playing with low headroom like that has ever really felt great. It's something that I think is very difficult for anybody to do well in platformer design. But I'm thinking back to how, like, the level that I always think of when it comes to spike ceilings is actually K-6 in Tropical Freeze. Like the World 6 secret level? No, 6-K rather, 6K. Because that's the one that has, like, spike ceilings everywhere, and you know, Tropical Freeze is an amazing game, and I think it kind of just barely got away with that. And it was legitimately a very well-designed level, but I think in platformers in general, that spiky ceilings can be a point of frustration. Okay. This is going to be a bit of a back and forth. Whoops. Yeah, a bit of a back and forth where you have to avert the beams until the P-switch expiry. Yeah, reasonably satisfying platforming all over so far. So, did I get to the God Home part of Hollow Knight? That was patched in after I played it, so I never actually did. If you're talking about all the Godmaster content. Like, I played the game before that came out, and I haven't gotten back to it to see that. And to see a lot of the stuff that shows off the boss design in a more extended context. I really need to just relearn a lot of those bosses the standard way first, I think. But still, what an incredible game. Was very much a highlight of, well, my year when I played it. Relative to everything else that was coming out at the time. But yeah, I think with Hollow Knight, you know, I have my 90% file, but at this point, it makes more sense to start over, find a new route, really kind of go through that process of discovery again the next time I do play it. Okay, I keep pulling back on that, and I know why. It's because I'm trying to make the first corner. But when I pull back too aggressively to make that first corner when I'm heading up, it means that I can't quite make that second corner. Now, that's much better. Yeah, finding a good activation timing here is going to take a little bit of strategy in terms of creating a safe location that still allows me to have somewhere that's actually available for a wall jump. Snoop hates me now? Oh, is it a Hollow Knight related reason or something else? And then we go. Well, let's see this. Oh, never mind. She's neutral. Okay. Well, keep me updated if that should change. That seems like valuable information. You know, kind of like those instant response polls that people have started to put up in front of things like election debate broadcasts, where you just kind of have this metric of how people are feeling, and of course it's just totally disengaged from the actual content. My lack of passion in how I talk reminds her of herself. That's okay, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think that actually just goes to show that we would probably, in fact, get along. Okay. No, that was going to be probably a spin jump off the one-way panel. Like, I jump out, I spin jump, like, I jump out, I pull back, or... Yeah, because it's not going to be friendly fire or anything off of the beams, right? Like, I have to jump out, I have to pull back, I have to spin jump off of the top of the one-way panel, follow the slope towards the ceiling. At least that's the only thing I can see, unless there is something that is supposed to be an on-off switch that releases something from the blue block that is on top of the Poke stack. Okay. No, it's definitely not a burn. And... yeah, there we go. Okay, we found a pretty decent pattern last time for remaining safe. No, that was totally flubbed. Okay, I see. So, going to have an on-off switch, pair of columns sort of directly after that, but it seems like going over to Poke is probably going to be the solution, like getting up nice and high. That time, of course, I was kind of dodging the mecha beams as well, and so the multitasking threw me off a little bit, but... yeah, I mean, whatever works well. I guess the principle behind how we try to approach these levels is, you know, as you say, whatever works well. So thank you for the submission, by the way, of Mario Ultra Quest 1-1. If that is a finished world, by the way, just so you know, we do play worlds just in small chunks at a time. If that's not a finished world and that's part of an ongoing project, though, again, yeah, it's probably better to submit one at a time now, until such time as you feel reasonably comfortable that your world has been finalized. So yeah, like I said, this is a 0.05% level. I went in with zero expectation of actually finishing, but we have been making reasonable progress, one obstacle at a time so far, and so we'll just see what we can, and feel reasonably satisfied that we've been having a good time. Okay. Up we go. And yeah, we'll stay on this a little longer, and then we'll get through the queue. The Poke segment right now is looking like a bit of a potential roadblock, but... whoops. Stayed too high that time. I think I have to keep hitting that on-off. Okay. Oh, for something to potentially drop on top of the Poke Snack, you're saying. Okay, I've not really been paying attention to the right side of the screen when I am descending the Mecha Stack, and you may be right, because I noticed the blue block that was on top of the Pokies and wondered what that was about. And so, Jayhawk, I think you've made a very keen observation there. That, you know, trying to do some kind of wall spin jump strategy was not going to give me the spacing I needed anyway. I was thinking that looked rather tight. But we'll see. Well, oh, I see. Yeah, you're correct. You're absolutely correct. Because I see the Goomba Muncher Stack. Yeah. I didn't notice it all this time, but of course, you know, as the person who's actually playing the level, I think it's very easy to have a bit of tunnel vision for the parts that you are platforming on. Okay. So yeah, that's a good observation. We'll try to do that. And the other thing is that we need to end on a particular on-off state, and we know that because of the entry points after the Pokies, because you have the blue-red walls that are the next segment directly to the right of Pokies, to the Poke singular rather, and that in order to get over that, it is expecting that the level is going to be in an on state. So you release the blue column. So basically, after we release the Goomrat Muncher Snack onto the Poke, we have to stop pressing the switch. Okay, we just needed 2 more hits there. That was a bit of a tall order with the timing that we were working with. And hey, Terminator, welcome back. Thank you for yet another edition of the Living on the Edge series that we've been shown lately. So yeah, not very many more attempts on this, unfortunately. We'll see if we can actually make any kind of reasonable headway with the on-off location. That's been the one segment so far that's felt like I needed to be a little bit attentive to something that I had not really had the opportunity to look at. To be fair, the Goomba is on screen, so for the attentive player, you know, that is not really blind per se, but once again, it very much is a temptation to just have a lot of tunnel vision for where Mario's position is, and kind of write off something like that stack dropping mechanism as not yet relevant to our interests. So yeah, maybe one more good attempt at trying to get the on-off switches together. Now, Felix, one important thing you should know is that very often when I can't finish a level on stream, I do run a weekend backlog stream, usually in the overnight Saturday to Sunday slot. It's usually a showcase for makers on my private list and just my own codes, but one of the other things that I do on that stream is try to grind out longer levels that I was unable to finish during viewer levels over the week. So if you come back for that, I may be able to give this a more extended look. Now, thank you for the new follows, by the way. So yeah, if you come back for the backlog stream, I might be able to put in a bit more of an extended attempt on this one. So far, I actually do like the platforming on this that I've seen. Maybe later on we'll see some utter nonsense in this level that will make me regret putting a like on it preemptively. But for the time being, I think that's a vote of confidence in the platforming we've seen so far. I think it's actually been not bad. Yeah, 1 clear so far. Although 1 clear out of 78 players by somebody my dentist, who certainly put into work. Yeah, you can see that we were about a third of the way through the main world, and that there is, in fact, a subworld. Total time, about 2 minutes. Seeing, of course, that the one and only clear is a little over 2 minutes kind of gives me a hint that there is no checkpoint to be expected. That's kind of what I gathered. You would expect otherwise that the first clear would come from somebody who wiped a lot after a checkpoint. That's just my inference. So yeah, thank you for that. Hopefully we'll be able to actually clear something else of yours. So let's mark that as a loss for now. And then, yep, there is no CP yet. That's what I thought. And yeah, it's going to be a large-scale consistency challenge, and I'm okay with that. I don't feel like every level needs to be necessarily very easily completable. If you still have a bit of an arcade-style satisfaction in seeing a lot of good content early on and progressing through that early content, you know, it's still possible to have fun with something that you just know you're never going to finish. You cannot put booze and bloopers through conveyors. Put them through conveyors. You mean actually having them clip through them? And anyway, we'll pick up the sub next here from Alex in the meantime, and feel free to choose. Okay. We'll see, because we've played Alex's most recent story world, which was really quite excellent. We've played the entirety of the Into the Mirror puzzle series. We've played a lot of these. Here's It's Shooter Time. This seems to be the only recent one that I skipped, because it was not part of all of these other things. So why don't we take a look at this one. This is definitely on the easier side for Alex, at about 8%, although you've got about a 5-minute record on it, which tells me simply that there are a lot of things that won't kill you, but might still be difficult to execute. But let's take those cannon boxes in the preview screen seriously when I tell you to fire. Okay. Wait, let's see what's going on up here. Can I actually get up? Not quite. And it looks like it might just be an exit point for sliding down from the other side, perhaps. Okay, yeah, because you have a blocked pipe there. I also see these red blocks here potentially acting as a spawn block if this is a 2-state level. And then eventually it brings you back here. Perhaps that's going to be an exit pipe rather than an entry, then. See some kind of transformation. Whoops. That was just very poorly timed on my part. Yeah, lots of red blocks all over the place that indicate some kind of state change will be on the way. Also, a lot of those blue state blocks underneath the skip squeaks, which lead me to expect that all of those skip squeaks will be replaced by something else coming from the red blocks as we return here after some kind of central switch activation. I feel like I'm going to slide and wall jump. Of course, we might also just have not seen the ground underneath. Okay, so that's certainly some fire, as we were promised. And here's the entrance. Okay, pom-pom fight. Looks like pom-pom is going to... Oops. Do we have another cannon hit? Yes, we do. Okay, so this is a bit of a pom-pom shooting gallery. It is surprisingly easy for getting up the wall to point me to the left Part of the adjustment here is just to face right when I slide down. As you can see, I'm also just a bad shot, I think. There we go. Yeah, fairly controlled landing zone from Pom-Pom all around. Of course. Yeah. There we go. Much better, much better. Let's wall jump our way up. And hit the checkpoint and hit the central switch. Interesting that you have this spike ball gallery on the right side. We'll see what that leads us to expect. Okay, here's the fire that we were promised. Let's not get stunned by these guys. Okay. Good to have a bit of a refresh there. I don't know if this pipe was something that could be entered, and apparently not. Now, of course, the very generous refreshes mean that I don't have to really worry too much about getting hit. Oh, let's get rid of that guy anyhow. And... whoops. Okay. Okay, and that's going to be our exit. And yeah, I guess you were telling me something about a charge shot. We should have actually climbed that with the cat. I don't know why I didn't. I think I was just looking over at chat and momentarily distracted and wondering where the drop was going to take me. I think I might have expected that, as with Pom-Pom Fight, we would just have some kind of safety zone. But that's okay. We were given a cat suit. Might as well use it. That's not really going to be necessary, given that we are already big. And, oops. There we go. And shoot him in face. And, yeah. Okay, back to this fight. Gonna get some cat bells here. Going to have some on-off switches there. Let's see what this is all about, because it seems like there's going to be some kind of object transport. That is important. Trying to shoot that exclamation block to the right to see if actually... no, I need to charge the shot. Yeah, charge the shot as long as possible. Released and then climb the wall. Okay, now let's grab another cannon box. Oh, I see. Drop the bully, I guess. Okay. So it is a bully transportation exercise. Okay, I mean, you know, he's certainly welcome to come over. Whoops. Okay, that's not going to work. I just want to drop gently. Interesting that... yeah, there we go. What was I going to say? Yeah, interesting that I was, on a previous attempt, able to just land on the lower creeper while it was still in a damaged state. That's fairly straightforward, I think. Whoops. Yeah, controlling the direction in which I am shooting left or right after I let go of the fence was something that took a little bit of adjustment, but... okay, so, yeah. Dropped out of the exclamation block, and so through the pipe we go into checkpoint 2. Yeah. Okay, we can just blow that up. go. Wonder if I lost the cannon hat, whether I would be able to progress in this segment. Not clear to me that I would be. Although we have a cannon box right here, so. Lost a cat, though. Whoops. I don't want to keep that just in case. Yeah, because of course it would turn out to be quite necessary. I see, okay. So we need to see the shot make contact with the P-switch while on screen. I guess I actually have to come back up here to recover the cannon box then, and that's fine. We can do that. Whoops. We can almost do that. Keeping in mind, of course, the way that these spike balls are manipulated. There we go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, sliding out of there is probably the best solution. And yeah, the spikes are just going to come right down through the pipe. It's going to be a bit of a bouncy room to work with here, but we'll try to keep the hat on at all times and work around that. Certainly looks like a bit of a sweet spot where they hit you directly on top of where the power-up can be claimed, and so finding a safe window to grab that cannon box and get out of there can be a bit of a challenge. I almost wonder if it would work better if the spawn point was a safe zone. Okay, so you respawn at checkpoint here, and that's what tells you that being able to hit the POW somehow is going to... Ah, yeah, no, here we are. Always forget to check the entry point when it comes to power-ups like that. Yeah. There we go. Really do have to clean up our firing direction when we come out of a jump like that. Whoops. That's okay, we're fairly close to the next cannon box. And whoops. Well, that's going to be trouble. Okay. So let's get back to where we were. We have a mushroom in tow that we'll hopefully be able to keep. And well, that didn't work too well. But yeah, as long as we beat the timing here and manage to get over. No, we actually need to spawn the P first. I think once the P is spawned out of the pipe, then we can confidently hit without worrying quite so much about the timing. It does take a little bit of risk to get it regardless, so I don't feel like that's too cheesy a way to do it, but yeah. Okay, really have to get up to him right in his face. And we still have 2 more, whoops, points to deal with. I wonder if it's going to be down the pipe, perhaps? Through the door, perhaps? Yes, through the door, okay. And yeah, 2 more coins and then gets us through the key. However, we needed to be able to shoot. So let's head back downstairs. Nope, that's going to be a disaster. And a disaster that we completely saw coming. Okay, that's going to be a yay. I mean, I guess the idea was that the pipe would give you the exit sound effect of a yay when you came through here from the previous room, but that's it's going to cheer for you regardless every time it spawns a cannon box. Be a dual purpose sound effect. Okay, getting rid of that flop gate permits us to get back here safely for once. We'd have to race this down to the P-switch, first time at least. And yeah, the camera positioning isn't going to quite permit me to do that unless I go a lot faster, so we'll just do this the easy way and spawn the P-switch first. Okay. Just get right up in his face. Whoops. Keep the box. Keep the box. Keep the box. And let's take each of these out. Yeah, I guess getting POW on either side is going to be sufficient. Oh, okay, that's a bit of a surprise. Let's check up here to see what's going on. Don't want to lose the key, of course. Okay, so I see. That's a little bit of a bonus for having kept the cannon box, which we, of course, completely failed to do. And so we'll just grab the base of the flag right here and collect everything around this adorable beating heart. So that was indeed a shooter time. And thank you for that. See what's next. Okay, rammers will be next. And let me just see how we're doing. Yeah. Right. So this is going to be a Blues and Booze hotel hop. Past each room in this crowded old hotel, but don't bump into any old guests. So it'll essentially be Luigi's Mansion 3. I see that Dr. Hazard has a record on this already. And that you must have been shopping this one around, so let's see how we do. Oh, okay. Have to look out for that one straggler that decided to stay on the top side. And, yep, no, that was a bit of an overly ambitious move. But no, I see what's going on. That they're going to switch sides. And that, I think I just need to get around the first one a little more precisely, or just pick a better timing all around. There we go. But I do see the essential heart of this concept already. Hey, Ogner, welcome back. Thank you for Ascension to the Beyond. Whoops. Trying to tighten up that jump a little too much there. Okay, yeah, just a little bit of a short hop there. We'll do the trick. Nice to have a little bit of a cling point underneath the pipe. I didn't need to use it that time, but it's not hard to imagine an attempt where I would. Okay, so let me read this pattern properly. It looks like we just want to kind of go between them if we can, yeah. Because that's going to let me through. And let me through quite safely. Likewise, going back this way. Oh, we needed to actually hit the block for the coin. That would have been an important step. That was very clearly flagged. Gotta pay attention here to things that are very clearly visible on screen. No, I think that was very well signaled in terms of what I was supposed to do. I just kind of lost my attention to that for a moment when actually figuring out the pattern for getting crossover to the left, and so that's how things happen. But yeah, nice to have that comfortable entry point on that pipe. Nope. I hesitated a little bit. I did know that I wanted to take the middle between those two, and that was going to be the successful pattern, but whoops. Yeah, backing up just a little bit too timidly when I see the bottom right pattern in that room. Okay. Let's move forward. And let's wait for the next cycle. Now, I have to be fairly careful about this bump here. There we go. Yeah, bit of an accuracy check that you only get one shot at doing. That is going to be pretty much entirely a timing puzzle. Timing check. And yeah, this will just take a few attempts to read properly. All of them have wings, all of them are synchronized. Just need to think about whether I need to be adjusting early or late. That's going too early. I just need to really take my time and get on that first platform right before the first one comes back up, I think. Not quite. Maybe I even have to stall slightly when I land, because they are all evenly spaced, so being able to get from one to the next does tell me the timing getting from the second to the third. And yeah, waiting on the second platform is the way to go. I just need to wait slightly longer. Take a bit of a risk. Okay, that was right. I just held back a little bit. Yep, very deceptive room in some ways. It's like such a simple thing to play around. And psychologically, there are a lot of things that can throw you off. Be it the spikes or just sense of having to estimate the timing that's going to be safe. Obviously, I will need the fullest jump I can in pretty much every instance. Definitely do appreciate the checkpoint placement in this room, given that I think checkpoints should be something that is calibrated around, you know, the reliability of a given obstacle. Okay. I see what was supposed to happen there. I was just a little bit late on the turnaround and also a bit wary of the timing. I see one pink coin in the corner that will probably be relevant to something later in the level. Rather interesting that it will be a single coin rather than a key. Yeah, looks like the timing for getting across the bottom stack is... I think that almost takes a little bit of guesswork on my part, given that I'm currently only really planning around the top layer. Planning around the bottom layer, I guess there's going to be enough latency for my takeoff time in that room, the room right after this one, that will be a little bit difficult for me to make that estimate. But we'll see what we can do. Okay, in we go. And yeah. And that's why, I guess, you are given the benefit of the coins, because they will give you a sense of how much distance you need to cover in order for that timing to work out safely. So, let's try this again. And again. Okay, up to go, down to go, up to go, down to go, up to that. Nope. I knew that one was not going to work out. No. Sometimes you go into a certain attempt, and from the very first jump, you know that is just kind of blown. Once again, urge to take a few risks here. And that's a fairly crisp timing on the third one. Okay, there we go. Let's not do too much. It seems like I would want to take a risk of keeping full momentum or something like that. That's almost certainly a side flop. I saw that coming, and yet I did not reverse my momentum very accurately, so... Certainly grateful for the checkpoint after the previous segment. Whoops. Given that the timing pattern on the previous rooms from CP1 to CP2 were probably the most difficult thing in this level to replicate accurately. Whoops. I think I definitely do need to tap that in order to make that block safe. So, just head back around here. And there we go. Nice little round of applause. Okay. Very momentum oriented there. And we just lost a little bit on the horizontal end. Nope, needed to wrap around. That was fairly clear. Executing it was a different question, of course. Yeah, kind of interesting that you would use the single pink coin at the end of this room, rather than something like a key for something to pick up. But I'll have to think about why that would be once I get back there. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, this part actually does feel pretty comfortable all around. Ah, okay. I see. So you have kind of a limited window to get out of there before the swamp on the left side comes back out. Back up, rather. At a limited window to just find a good timing to get on that final platform with a door and tap the key. Okay. Lost a bit of momentum there. Really just needed to slide right off as we were doing previously. And here we are. Nope. I had a feeling that that would be slightly late, but I do now see why you have the coin, by the way, given that it is based on the invisible block, collecting it from below. That's very understandable now why you would do it that way. Also allows me to correct my sense of timing in terms of how much jump height I need on that final jump above the key door, and therefore how much time I need to budget for myself when landing on that platform. Nope. Waiting for the next cycle was certainly not going to be successful. I needed to get on that key door pretty much right away. Okay. Whoops. A little bit too ambitious there. And yeah, let's wrap around. Yeah, this whole sequence feels pretty good. Almost kind of relaxing to just have a little patch of action platforming amidst everything else. Nicely paced, I think, in terms of having some of these more stop-and-go segments mixed with a little stretch of time-sensitive platforming in between. I think it's sometimes challenging to put both of those in a level in a way that makes sense and still feels continuous, like they are playing with the same theme and mechanics, but I think here it works rather well. Given that the stretch boos have been transformed into a bit of a spatial constraint, while retaining the flavor that they've been demonstrating pretty much throughout this level. Very difficult element to work with in some ways. I feel like the stretches are rarely used. Yeah, losing a little bit too much time there. It's clear to me that I'm just going too slowly in terms of losing a second or so when I get up above that thwomp. Yeah, they are very good. I do like the varied use of their patterns in this one, both in terms of their placement on top and bottom, as well as some of the timing changes that you can get from putting wings on them and stacking them in chains. So, right from the first room in this level, we saw some pretty interesting stretch patterns. Yeah, as a zoning tool, that's exactly it. That's a very good description. But yeah, very rarely seen, for sure. I mean, the number of stretch-focused levels that I've seen on this stream, I think I can probably count on one hand. You know, that really used them as a central platforming element. Yep, can't afford to back up on that blue platform, I just need to go for it. Every time. Oh. Whoops. So much for that one. Hey, Spencer to be. Or not to be. That is Dispenser. Oops. And yeah, let's try to redo this until we get it. Certainly within my power. Just needs a little bit of cleanup around the edges. Here we go. That will send us through, and okay, now we have our favorite kind of obstacle. And I am so going to die. Okay, no, there we go. That's going to be a win. And that was indeed, as described, a Blues and Booze Hotel Hop. Very nice title, by the way. It's a pleasant one to read. And yeah, down to 1.3%. Okay. I mean, that's partly my fault, probably. But I can certainly see the section from CP1 to CP2 being a bit of a stopping point for some players who can't necessarily get the patterns down, but I thought overall, you know, it was something that was quite consistent in difficulty and also in the variability of the different stretch setups that we were seeing all over the place as platforming obstacles. So once again, thank you for that, Remmers, and thank you for all the GGs from chat. That was technically pulled as a next, but since Remmers is a sub, we'll just, in the interest of getting through to queue, hit next. It's not really a hard and fast rule, just an informal way of doing things while our queue is still under control. So why don't we take a look at Loop and Snoop. And see what you have to show me this time. The price is right. Mario tries to raise money for the Bail Project by going on a game show, so I suppose we can indeed expect the music from the classic television theme. And we'll see what kind of context it's going to involve. Reached goal after grabbing at least 500 coins. Now I saw this was uploaded on the 15th. Okay, so 500 over 200. I'm just kind of taking in the music track, of course. Yeah, just a bit of coin run while we enjoy the track. I guess the idea is to collect as many of those as we can because of the 500 requirement. Trying to find the... 500 out of 1200. Yeah, that's why, because you have 1200 total, and then the idea is to do an efficient coin collection path that will hopefully not require any resets through the level. So we are first time seeing the subworld. Yeah, now that we're kind of paying attention to the clear condition, let's try to grab some of the big coins when we can. I mean, that's certainly one way to do something that's kind of like a coin heaven bonus zone. Bingo! Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Pachinko machine, basically. And yeah, of course, which many of us will recognize from Super Mario Sunshine. Okay, that perhaps didn't go too well. Definitely tell that speed record would be a challenge here. But then also by this point... Oh, looks like the shell's not respawning. Oh, because the shell's still bouncing underneath, okay. Yes, we have no choice but to exit. And hopefully grab 50 coins, there we go. And we've got a brand new car. Okay, so we were behind by about 35 seconds. I feel like we can do better. Let's try to squeeze that time a bit and find a more efficient coin path that will minimize the amount of time we need to spend at the little Plinko machine at the very end. That would, of course, not be the way to do it. That would be a way of tanking the clear rate on this one collection level instead. Okay. Yeah, I should have gone for the lower end there. But gotta gain a bit of time on this auto scroll. Yeah. 10 coin down here. Missed a 10 coin. Yeah, actually that's not going too well. Guess you have to find some kind of optimal path that really takes you to the right side of the screen by the time you are through the auto scroll segment. Just to make sure you get into pipe entry as soon as you can. So yeah, this is far, far, far from any kind of optimality. And it is Paxman coming in with a party of 3. So if somebody who's working front of house would like to provide them with some menus and seat them as a table of 3, please do so in my wake, and in a moment we will send a member of staff to give them a shout out at the appropriate table. The member of staff will, of course, comply with local regulations for the wearing of masks as an employee in the service sector. I think one round of Pachinko will probably do a trick here. And yeah, let's just go through. And yeah, we are indeed playing Loop's level, so yeah, everybody, I hope that you have had a chance to see Paxman's contribution to the 4YMM project this week. It was a very memorable little water level on his part, so let me just give Paxman a shout out. We were within 6 seconds. We can do better. We can do better. I feel like if we collected enough coins... no, you actually do need to activate the Pachinko machine at least once, because of the way it activates the on-off. But if we really manage to get to the side of the auto-scrolling segments ahead of the pipe entrance, I feel like we can totally shave 6 seconds. And in the meantime, here is a link to 4YMM. You can find Paxman's level in this week's set, which is in week 3. I do recommend it. It is a 3D world water level with a very unique mechanic. And, oh, yeah, this is actually going worse than before, I think, from a coin collection standpoint, but let's grab that and miss. I'm nowhere close. Hang on, hang on. That was actually just a bad, bad attempt. Also want to be waiting by the exit as it opens. That's very true. Yeah. Yeah, the early auto-scrolling stuff, not gonna give me a lot of flexibility to work with, but let's see here. Let's go for that 10 coin right now and get to the exit. Nope, gonna miss everything. And this is one of the few times we've actually... no, I've actually usually taken top side, I think. But way behind the scroll time that time. Okay, missing everything. And... yep. Missing that massive stack. Yeah, we're actually way down my usual count. Usually I'm kind of in the low 400s by the time I get here. But as long as we're within... oh, we're nowhere close. I'm not even going to get to clear condition this time, I think. Just... or at least with great difficulty. I mean, I guess each of those would spawn 20 coins apiece. No, not even close. Try to shave off a little too much. Maybe one more attempt to try to shave off that time, and then we'll call it quits for now. But I feel like this was definitely a level that was, of course, as an easy level with a bit of variability to how you can clear the condition, meant to be replayed arcade style. The way I'm doing here, so, you know, you might as well see it shine. And missed a coin. Coming out of the first segment with 140, though, seems to be fairly on par with what we usually manage. Yeah. Try to hit some of this stuff somewhat accurately for once. That's going to send us out into a subworld with 280. Okay. And we're just going to die. This one had really bad midis with way too many notes. Oh, I see, for the Maestro converter, I would assume, is how you would put that together. But yeah, I could definitely see that being a bit of a challenge to find an arrangement that had a proper simplicity to it that would make it adaptable in a Mario Maker context. I also don't know. I mean, I was commenting on the release date for this earlier because, of course, it would have come up, I guess, a little before the 3.0.1 patch, which I understand to have broken a number of things with slope movements that could affect not the music setups we see here, but potentially some other music tech that was using slopes to pin things down. I mean, I don't really know a lot about that technical side of music levels, but I was definitely thinking when I saw some of the changes that came in that that could potentially be a point of potential compromise. Hey, got 425 here, that's going to be good. Means we can just sail straight through. That's going to be an awe. And that's going to be a problem, because aren't we only going to get a certain number of coins from each of these? 498. Alright, we tried. And yeah, the direction detection one, that was dependent on the Boo and the clown car being kind of shoved around by the slope corners, right? And so yeah, that one I think actually did get patched out. I think they might have found a way to salvage that, but not as elegantly as that setup that he had used there. I know that Naboo's had talked about having actually had a snappier, faster detection setup that was not used, and I don't know if that one or some version of it still works. Let's mark that as win. It's too bad because, you know, after everybody got a good look at the mechanism from playing through the level and seeing the bonus room, but of course they would try to replicate it by themselves now, and no longer. So let's pull up the sub next. Yeah, I was lurking a little bit in Psychro's Discord and following the community and doc that Black Dragon runs. It usually seems to be the best way to keep up with what's going on in every patch. You know, just in case something critical has decided to break. And so, awesome lamp. Let's take a look at what you have here. Wendy's burner airship, and that looks like that is something quite new. Since there is no water world, Wendy was relocated to the desert. Well, I think Kevin Costner would like to raise an objection to that. But in the meantime, let's take a look at her burner airship. Whoops. Actually pay attention to this. Sometimes at the start of the level I have a habit of taking that as the opportunity to peek over and chat to see if anything specific is going on. And that can be a bad habit. Oh, being a little impatient there. You might rework this one. Well, I mean, you might as well see a playtest. Still early days, indeed early hours yet. So if you're planning to rework it, might as well see what else has arisen as a problem. So looks like we have a little bit of a bonus over there, which I'm quite happy to do. And let's head on to the next section, checkpoints. Interesting that you would have that track stack of the burners right there. If I did in fact see two come down, yeah. Interesting that you would have the double burner there when it is perfectly stacked. Given that they have the same timing and placement. I kind of assumed that the intention was to have them either alternate constantly or be stacked side by side, and that it just did not quite go as intended. But we'll see what's going on. Maybe it is intended, who knows. Okay, so we have a pipe to the left. Let's scout over here to see what's going on. A drop to the right, of course we're going to take the pipe. And we'll see what that's all about. Bonus room, maybe. Or just an ascent. Yeah, it's a bonus room. Whoops. And we'll head out the other side. See what's going on here. Okay, I guess we just took an alternate route. This might indeed have been a drop from up top. Hard to say, though, from the information we are given. Whoops. They alternate, it makes double time burners, okay. I was wondering about the pattern. It looked like they were still on the... Oh yeah, no, it totally is faster. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to the timing when I commented on that earlier. Didn't notice how much faster they were going than the normal time. Let's take a look at this route. I think it's the same thing, except taking us down to, yeah, the exits of that green pipe we saw in the bonus room earlier, so... Whoops. Not properly compensating for the turnaround at the end of that track, as the burner decided to, well, be a little bit toasty. Whoops. Felt like I kind of hit that one blind that time. I mean, I did technically know it was supposed to be coming. That's a good mushroom placement right here, for our purposes. And yeah. Yeah, a little bit easy to damage boost through large segments there, simply because it is a straightaway when it comes to platforming, but I think to some extent that's not that avoidable. At least with the current platform setup. Hey, Beware, welcome. Okay, we'll just stay on a reasonable position, knock her out. There goes Wendy. And of course we'll be so reckless as to take that and go for the one-up. And so yeah, thank you for the submission of Turn Switch Trials. And thank you, Awesome Lab, for the burner airship. Okay, the Vitruvian Man. Believe you are still here. Right, and I believe this was the Hollow Knight Path of Pain, wasn't it? Yes, it is. Now, this isn't the first Path of Pain tribute was seen, but it is a fairly new one from a few days ago, and so also very well liked, and also around 0.8, which may be more manageable than some of the other White Palace remakes and other late-game Hollow Knight remakes that have occasionally been submitted, so we'll see how this was put together and how we do. Hollow Knight is indeed incredible. Like I was saying earlier in the stream when this was submitted, I actually never did get as far as seeing the original Path of Pain, so I won't quite get the accuracy of the recreation here, but we'll do it. Okay. No. Just trying to make a bit of an adjustment there, and that was a bad idea. You know what? We totally can stop the helmet and put it on. I bet we can. Nope, just need to peek out a little bit there. I can totally do it. Okay, missed it that time, but I feel like it can actually be done. 2 checkpoints in the level. And yeah, as I was saying, I didn't get up to 112%, which I think wasn't it expanded to like 121 or something? Or was it, or did it stop at 112? I think maybe it did stop at 112. Yeah, after Godmaster. No, I just did an initial run that got up to about 90% or so I didn't actually see that much of the late game content. But what I did see, I thought was wonderful. I think it's the only game in that genre since Super Metroid to really understand what made a layout like Super Metroid's feel as open as it did. And that is very rare and very much appreciated. Okay. I'm going to have a bit of a... Oh, no. Wanted a spin jump here. Okay, we'll just prepare that and miss. Actually, just wanted some forward momentum as well going into that in order to spin jump all the way through. Hey, Hyperion Smokestack, thank you for the continued support. Always appreciated to have you come back. And come back for more. So, glad you've been enjoying the stream. And whoops, oh. I should pay attention to the fact that I would not only want to get around that, I didn't intend to do a damage boost there or anything. Thank you for the follow. Whoops. Okay. There we go. But yeah, I know that, you know, Hollow Knight is one of those games where, like, there are definitely people out there who find something like the map system very challenging to work with, but I think for people who really missed the sense of exploration in Super Metroid specifically and found that a lot of tributes to the Metroid genre had become sort of excessively linear or maybe excessively clear about what the main path versus the side content was going to be. That Hollow Knight was a huge breath of fresh air, and really huge. Just in terms of how you would just keep discovering worlds upon worlds almost, and just consistently underestimate the scale and ambition of that game, even when it had shown off just how good it was. And so yeah, Smokestack, thank you for the submission of your code. And yeah, I know you've been running or rerunning some Metroid lately. You were telling me about running Super earlier in the month. Never seen a community quite like Hollow Knight community. In what way do you mean that? I mean, I'm not really plugged into the community as such. I know there's one guy who does these really complicated lore and mythology videos that really kind of dig into the, you know, implicit environmental storytelling of Hellenest. I know that the fan art community is definitely quite vivid for that game, at least I can assume so. But I'm not really plugged into the community side at all, apart from just having run the game and adored it. Whoops. Oh, well, thank you for that little deflection. Oh. Okay. Still alive? Well, no, we're no longer alive. That's quite a nice thing to have on your office. Of course, you could always draw up your own as well. That seemed to be the kind of classic Metroid approach, in terms of being one of the games that really kind of introduced early players, well, at least with Metroid 1, to self-guided map making. So, it's always interesting to see people dig out their childhood maps of Metroid 1. And because, you know, a lot of people do have them stuffed away. I never actually did play at Metroid 1 back when it was current, despite playing a lot of the 8-bit era when it was current. Metroid 1 was actually one of those that I either missed or overlooked. Maybe I just got stuck very early on because I was wondering, why can't Metroid crawl? Nope, didn't want to take the damage boost there, but I guess we'll have to deal with it. That's just clearly going to be a wall jump segment. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Messed that up and threw me off. Now, the thing you have to remember about the way that Hollow Knight originally, speaking of Silksong, the way that Hollow Knight was originally marketed was that we kind of knew from Team Cherry for the longest time that a port was coming, and actually it was a feat of tremendous patience on my part to hold off on PC release knowing that a Switch port was coming. And that their marketing was actually almost never tied into Nintendo's own marketing until the day of release, back in June 2018 with the E3 presentation. And I sort of remember that even Silksong's promotional debut was the same day as a Nintendo, either a Direct or an Indie Showcase or something, and that Silksong was actually shown off completely separately by Team Cherry after that show. And so there's something going on with the way they communicate with Nintendo, in that, you know, they kind of follow their own deadlines and set of, well, their own sense of readiness, I guess. And that by the time we hear about it from the Nintendo side, from something like a Direct, it is pretty much already ready to go. And so I have absolutely no sense of how far away Silksong actually is. And I don't think anybody has a good sense of that information either, in spite of how much artwork they've already shown off and how far along the trailer seem to be. Particularly given the approach to development that they take, where, you know, certainly with Hollow Knight, already they just kept on adding and adding to the map until it became what it is today. But of course, I haven't been keeping up with the news about Silksong very closely, so it's possible that there have been developments that I've missed that indicate that it is much sooner than we expect. I personally was not expecting it this year, but could be way off. Okay, whatever works well. Sorry you managed to stay long enough to get played, but thank you for leaving the queue gracefully, and we'll hopefully be able to get to yours next time you show up. And Bren, you were saying earlier the Hollow Knight community actually asked the developers to increase the price of the game. Yeah, that's because they knew that what they were getting was just a total steal. And the fact that, you know, the original backers are getting Silksong for free, in the same way that those of us who were early adopters of Shovel Knight also got all of the sequels for free. I mean, like, they were kind of sold as DLC expansions, but realistically, they were pretty much full sequels. I mean, I guess Plague Knight was kind of a half sequel. But yeah, Hollow Knight from day one was already kind of sold at a price where, you know, like that's what a game like that would usually sell at if it were already on the market for a few years at 75% off, right? Just given what a massive, expansive experience it was. On the other hand, I think the sort of incredibly low price of it that made it everybody feel they were committing highway robbery certainly contributed to the scale of the community in terms of being able to build up such a strong player base with time. But yeah, I think it's, even by the launch price, some of the best value you can get on this current generation of hardware. And certainly on PC, where deals are generous all the time. Oh, whoops. Let me see how long I've been on this one. I don't necessarily expect I'll finish it this time, but it is one that I think I'd want to mark for a future continuation. I know that I have not even seen CP1 at this point, but the platforming is doable. It just takes practice. And of course, as a Path of Pain remake, I'm pretty sure that was through the original as well. As something that's just a little bit below 1%, I feel like if I actually put in the time, this would, in fact, fall fairly... well, I mean, you know, with some practice. It's something doable. Like, when I look at it obstacle by obstacle, absolutely nothing here out of my range. Absolutely nothing here that is beyond what I can usually achieve. But, you know, when in the context of viewer levels, sometimes you have to make some adjustments. Okay, let's take a look at this wall jump sequence once again. Try to get out of here. And drop in here. And of course, these piranha plants here simulating the down thrust, and that is all over Hollow Knight. Close. Close. And you are going to redeem as a reward to ask me for 111. So just give me a moment to pull that up. And we'll give that a read. Okay, so let's pull up the little recital image. Hyperion Smokestack redeems the reward for a reading of William Shakespeare's Sonnet 111. Oh, for my sake do you with fortune chide, the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that not better for my life provide than public means, which public manners breeds. Thence comes it that my name receives a brand, and almost thence my nature is subdued. To what it works in like the dyer's hand, pity me then, and wish I were renewed. Whilst, like a willing patient, I will drink potions of Isle against my strong infection. No bitterness that I will bid her think, nor double penance to correct correction. Pity me then, dear friend, and I assure ye, even that your pity is enough to cure me. Okay, thank you for that. I don't actually know if Hollow Knight is on sale at the moment. It very often is. You can certainly check a service like Deku Deals, I think is usually what I use as a sales tracker. And let me just scroll back and see how far I've been on this one. I've been on for about... what is this? Yeah, about a little over 20 minutes. I'll give this a couple more attempts and see how we do. I have not played Superliminal, no. I only have the vaguest idea of what Superliminal is. Whoops. Yeah, I feel like Hollow Knight is one where even if you buy it at full price, it already feels like you're getting it at 75% off. I think that's one of the very few games on the market that really does honestly feel like that when you play it. And yeah, I mean, you know, the backers who are just receiving Silksong for free, imagine how they felt like they got in on the ground floor or something incredible. Really paid off in some ways. I mean, I think by the time that Hollow Knight was a backer project that, you know, was already launching an environment where things like crowd-funded game development projects were becoming oversaturated. I've rarely backed things on Kickstarter because, you know, I think after a little while, people do have enough bad experiences with things that don't really get delivered, or, you know, things that are not really completed to the original plan, or, you know, they're burned enough on the occasional risk that comes with crowdfunding that in an extremely crowded market, it's very difficult to take notice of projects that are genuine diamonds in the rough. But Hollow Knight's backers, they were onto something. They were onto it. Recently backed your first and second, okay. I actually just received my order of the Switch port of The Wonderful 101. I actually did play it on Wii U originally. I was one of the few people to have pretty much played it day one on Wii U back in 2013. Back when it launched against a little niche title called Grand Theft Auto 5. I was like the only one who was hunting for The Wonderful 101. And it was wonderful, but I don't have my Wii U on hand anymore, so I was thinking, okay, Switch port, let's support this game for round 2. But they had massive fulfillment issues with the contractor that they were working with. Because Platinum was self-publishing for the first time, whereas the original game was published directly from Nintendo, and Platinum, as some of you may know, bought back the rights. And I'm glad it's available for people who, you know, are curious about it, as they should be. So you got the Terraforming Mars Big Box and Elixir dice. So I'm only really aware of Terraforming Mars as the computer game. I know that it was based on something tabletop, right? Because I've certainly heard people talk about it in a tabletop context. And of course, as somebody who, you know, pays a lot of attention to things like 4X, space building, etc., I heard a fair bit about Terraforming Mars. But it is a very crowded market, I think, in some ways. Like, when it comes to PC base building games these days, and so it was one that I just kind of marked down as, okay, I'll look into this eventually. And never really did. Tile placement and resource management game. Are you, by any chance, aware of Off-World Trading Company, which is kind of like that, except it's very fast-paced. Like, it's an RTS that is based around tile placement concepts. And so the way I like to describe it is that it is Settlers of Catan for high-frequency traders, because that's what it really is. It's you know, you have this monotonic progression of base building, but in a context where you have this fluctuating algorithmic market, where prices are constantly being adjusted with every transaction. And so it's the kind of like experience that feels very much like a tabletop experience, but can only be done with a PC-based UI and a PC-based pace. And thank you for following. Oops. Yeah, we're not going to put too many more attempts on this. I feel like I've seen most of the first section. I feel like this, given the level of difficulty, is ultimately doable for me if I eventually take the time to grind it out. But that's in the interests of getting through the queue today, since we're not really even at CP1 yet. I will probably say that you are welcome to resubmit if you want a continuation, but that's after one good solid attempt to try to get back to where we were. I am likely to bail on this one. But it's a good little reminder to get back to the real path of pain eventually. You know, when we're done waxing nostalgic about all the great times we had in Hollow Knight, so... Oops. Yeah. Thank you for that. The Vitruvian. And we'll just do a soft remove on that one for now. Obviously enough plays on that, but we didn't really move the needle on a clear rate at all from the meager number of attempts we put in. Let's take a look at the sub next. Okay, Ogner. Ogner says, enjoy. So, why don't we put in G3P, GHJ, YCG. So, here is Ogner's Ascension to the Beyond. Created earlier this week, submitted today. A moment in time, transcendent. Is it limitless, or do the walls close in? Yeah, Hyperion, you know, it is a very different feel, I think, even when you have... We've had a lot of subs today in the queue, but even when you have two subs in the queue, I think is a completely different feel from when you're the only one and you feel like you're kind of constantly interrupting. Okay, so that's going to send me over probably by some conveyance. It's just, yeah, all going to be scroll locked. Just kind of poking around here to see what's going on. Yeah, it certainly feels like it was a bit of a conveyor-based warping point. And I'm just going to lose the SMB2 mushroom for no reason. Okay. And losing the SMB2 mushroom is an issue because we can't pluck the clouds. So I guess we'll have to start that over in the very first room because I poke around for that sort of thing. But anyway, this is going to give you a bit of a tutorial as to how the warp point is going to work. Love the spawn point on top of the fish bones, by the way. That was a wonderful little touch. Now, this Ascension to the Beyond, what are we supposed to ascend to? Is this a survival fight? It looks like it is. And we will need to keep the SMB2 mushroom for plucking the cloud on either side. Which actually gives me a bit of an idea. Okay, we are going to drop in. And that's going to give me the fishbone immediately. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, because that's going to be eventually revealed on either side. And you have the cloud on top of the door that is on the right. Now, this is all scroll lock. Can we go down below? No, we can't. Okay. I thought that was worth a try anyhow, depending on how this room had been set up. Given that it's fairly clear that, you know, we are, first of all, still in the main world, and that in the main world you have some kind of custom scroll going on as a locking mechanism for the camera. Yeah, we'll just go around the upper pendulum. I think visually I was previously just too distracted by the one down below and didn't realize how easy it was actually in the end to dodge all of that. So let's pop in through this door and continue. Looks like we'll have another teleportation point here up to the checkpoint. Checkpoint's going to furnish us with SMB2, or I thought it was going to until we started hitting a Boom Boom on either side. Let's just let Boom Boom come up and just tap him on the side. No? I guess not. That's okay, we can go through the pipe. Oh, that's going to be a high jump for sure. And over to the side. Feels like we can, in fact, drop this. That's going to get bumped. Okay, that works. Going to mine that swing. Nope, we failed to mine that swing. Okay. That's fine. Let's see if anything else can be done without SMB2. I don't think so. Well, we can just try to drop things and see how that goes. Only works if you are big. It started overcomplicated? Yeah. We do that often. Breaking things all the time. Okay. And yeah, let's just get back to where... Oh, whoops. I broke it. I broke it again. Okay. I guess that's the risk of using cloud blocks instead of something like mushroom platforms for that segment. Yep, thought I could just do a second crouch jump there, but just wound up blocking the clouds instead. Whoops, no. Nope, let's just redo this. Okay. And let's try this carefully this time. Whoops. That was not carefully. Okay, just going to boost my way up once again. Nope, too soon. Yeah, this red exit pipe here is actually fairly well disguised. It is, of course, the only way forward, so... Does make me think what other hidden elements we may have missed earlier in the level. Okay. Nope, that did not work the way I intended. was hoping that even if I did reclaim the claw, I could just make a very simple jump to land back on the stump, and that did not quite go. Okay, hop this over. Let's this guy run around a bit. And we'll take that up. And same as before. Have a bit of a conveyor belt at the bottom to make that all function. And then just gonna be a high jump up here. I mean, I guess we could, of course, lock ourselves again by plugging the clouds. But why would we be so silly as to do that? We have a choice, left or right door. Let's take a right. Assume that symmetry will be the order of the day. Yes, it will. Almost. Okay, SMB2 mushrooms available on the side. We better keep those handy in case we need them. Just going to do a bit of a high jump and take a look at what's going on. Could be that our time is limited, so let's back out. Come back in. Okay. Just going to ride it out. Okay. Let's grab one of these. And try that again. Not a limited number of retries, given that the consumption of the power-up is something that stays tracked. Whoops. I'm just going to try to... I was about to say, try to get on the side of that anyway. Jumping up against that P and red wall. I failed to compensate for the conveyor belt, and so I was never going to work out quite so well as I had hoped. Okay, let's let that guy swing. Head on all the way up. And continue. Okay. Try again. Let's find a good timing this time, too. Almost feels like I actually need a... Oh, I need to stump on the left, of course, yeah. I was totally missing that, despite the fact that it was fairly clearly marked as a throwing point. Also a throwing point that is going to crush the bomb, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's right. And that's going to raise that... Oh, you know what? No, I should have just stayed. I think I should be thinking about the right side just as a mechanism that is usable. And then I continue from there. Just along the left, instead of attempting to get on that platform. So I'm reading that completely incorrectly. But now I have a better sense of what I'm supposed to do, since I am continuing up the left side and taking that stump that I had not seen previously, but which I think was actually pretty fairly marked. Whoops, that's a mistake. That's a mistake. Okay. Yep, failing to do some relatively easy stuff just from poor observation here. But we'll just toss that and give this another try. Some poor observation, some bad habits in general with repressing the dash button. And let's bounce that. Bounce that. Yeah, nice little satisfying finish to this segment here. In terms of having that swing off the claw to catch the third stump. Okay, let's actually read this properly this time as we get back up top and approach the stump that is throwable down to arrows. I can see why at first glance I would misread those arrows completely to mean that I should be jumping over there, when that is rather evidently not the case. So it's going to crush that bomb. It's going to give me an on-off toggle, which means I can continue up top if I was in fact being observant. And this time we'll be observant. So yeah, again, you know, every time I see something like this, the cloud blocks, they do look like they are breakable. Although in this case, a high jump would get you on top of the P-block, so it's not too big a problem. Looks like we do need to toggle this in order to continue. Interesting that you would have these empty P-blocks everywhere here. Not really sure what that's doing, but we'll see soon enough. I mean, partly it is decorative, I think, in order to trace things like the teleportation points. So, what's going on here? We have an on-off switch. We have a stump that is grabbable if we take that out. I see, we have to throw and then tap. Oh, lovely little return on the stump there, for those of us who are bad at throwing things. Lovely little return. Now, what do we do with this guy? And he's just going to get straight crushed. Wonderful, that actually worked quite well. This is a very simple little timing challenge. Okay, so Wart music is going to start up, and what is that going to tell me? You have a checkpoint on the other side of this room. I have a damage spot down below if I pluck the cloud, which I think is the only way to go. And I guess we just need to make our way up and, yeah, bounce off the shells. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, okay, okay. That's just a big fake out. Big fake out making you expect some actual platforming for once. Let's ride this up top. This is honestly pretty entertaining in terms of making me plan for everything that's going to go on there. As a gentle little subversion that does no real harm to the player. Okay, so we are lacking a key. And is this giving me any kind of clue as to whether a key could be obtainable? Not really. I don't know how I did that. I guess that must be just jump detection. Yeah, because of the way that the mushroom was following me in the night theme. That's going to bring me into this familiar setting, where of course I'm going to lose the SMB2 mushroom right away. Did I hit the checkpoint to the left? I don't know if I actually touched that. Yeah, pretty much meant to look like a replica or variant of the room that we had seen earlier. There we go. Ah yes, I see. Using the jump detection on the SMB2 mushroom to pop the key off that jump block. So now we need to dodge both of the pendulums. And yeah, very Edgar Allan Poe-ish, this particular segment. There's a pit, and there's a pendulum. Maybe not the kind of pit that originally described, but you get the idea. Yeah, it is kind of neat how to get wider. Made this room a few seconds longer because the music is too good. I think that is an excellent rationale. And yeah, might as well just kind of give that a relaxing listen in this relaxing little exercise in pendulum dodging. Okay, let's not choke and lose everything now. Interesting that the door to the left is in fact accessible. Kind of wonder in this case how that door would be matched. Okay, now we are able to go up. Okay, that's a neat way of doing it. Then we're going to have a little bit of a... Oh, that's not a cutscene, that's just a trap. Okay. Never mind. I guess I wasn't supposed to end up to the left side of the left blaster column, and that I was, in general, just taking that much too slowly. Oh yeah, that's the entry door on the left side. Okay, so that's why it was already open and unlocked. Same as the last time that we saw, well, the easier version of this fight. That entry door on the left, exit door on the right. And if for some reason you wanted to go back through the entry door to break something and redo this segment, you're certainly at liberty to do so. Okay. Let's let them swing back and forth. That's not a cutscene indeed, yeah. Okay. And that's an on-off switch. We did see the flag earlier, and so as expected, that will drop us down to the flag, so... Yeah, cute little harmless fake-outs all over this place. With some nice pendulum dodging segments, and just, I think, a very... attractive, appealing look all around, even if it did require you to stuff the whole place up with those MTP blocks everywhere. That the yellow and red look of this whole thing, I think, is something that is very appealing to the eye. I mean, just look at the previous screen, right? Look at how the whole color scheme of this level just pops out at you. With those little pagoda roofs as well that were smoothed out by the mushroom platforms and the on-off blocks. So we have ascended to the beyond, and let's mark that as a win, and let's get on to the next in the queue. Okay, Terminator, you are up. A bit over-decorated? No, I think it's fine. It's pretty readable. And the little mini Kaizo fake-out was quite an amusing little moment. But yeah, I mean, the only thing with that level is that there are a lot of places where you can lock yourself just by plucking the clouds that are your landing zone. And it is surprisingly easy to do that sometimes, if you are a veteran player who is accustomed to repressing the dash button all the time. And that seemed to trap me a couple times. But otherwise it was fine. So this is going to be the latest in the Living on the Edge series, which is usually about escorting Master Sword to some kind of controlled sword-based gate. It is, however, going to be underwater, and you can see that massive sword that has been thrust into a little entry box in the previous screen. So, are you worthy to wield the Master Sword? Complete these trials and find out. I see that a whole bunch of you, by the way, have been letting Pinkages take all these world records before I even get here, but, you know, serves me right for streaming at a later slot and also just being a slower player. Yeah, seems like I'm just following in Pinkachu's footprints everywhere I go. And so, Ogner, thank you for Grand Boo Tower speedrun. I keep reading it as a Grand Poo rather than Grand Boo for the obvious Maker-related reasons. Okay, so we have some kind of sword escort that we need to do, and I need to see what's going to go on, because that will require some kind of on-off activation first. I don't know how it's going to happen. Presumably I need to swim under. Okay, the level is telling me yay. Probably because there is some kind of conveyor that's going to turn this into a switching segment off screen. Yeah, because I see what's going on. Because normally, if this is not a water level, you would not have the freedom to swim, and you would just drop down into the off-screen elements immediately. Since it's not so obvious, I wonder if that was a good move here, but you know, there's only one way to go, which is down, and so it does become obvious what to do with time. So let's project everything accurately this time, just to get everything to follow its intended path. Now, where is the intended objective of the sword, where it's supposed to go? Because I see that there is supposed to be a scroll stop break, and yet I can't quite see. It's just supposed to drop on top of the jump block, right? Right on top of the jump block. So, see what it is we're doing that's not quite letting it approach that trajectory. I guess I know I need to kind of bump these back and forth and have the sword deflect down the wall. Okay, I understand it. I understand it. And nope, no, too soon. Okay, no, let's do this again. I do understand it. I just need to execute it now. Too soon. But yeah, you just have to escort it all the way down with a series of wall bounces. Yeah, it is going to be based on last note block, probably dropping a bomb. This is actually a lot more relaxed than some of the usual Terminator sword escorts, simply because when the sword has a repeated bounce on an element like the first jump block, you actually do have a clear second chance to proceed, such that you don't need to do all the switch activations perfectly on a single pass. Nope, I did not need a last activation. That was a little bit of a bad habit. Now, the fact that you would have a 40-ish% clear rate, though, does tell me that half the players are dying to a timeout, given that this is the kind of level that, you know, the level doesn't really kill the player ever, right? With the sort of off-screen, on-off interaction that you see here, and so... Okay, we messed this one up. So what that tells me is that when you see something like a 40% clear rate on something like this, rather than an 80 to 90% clear rate, that dying to timeout actually is a major risk. So that's something we'll keep in mind as we try to actually do this little minigame successfully. Change. And there we go. Spike ball. There we go. Just have that mechanism, and that's going to activate a P-switch. Can I swim up there into that spot? I feel like I can't see, of course, off-screen what is preventing me from doing so. It could be another one-way panel down there, although I don't really hear it a clink. So yeah, I was definitely wondering about that little slot there, whether it was possible to traverse up, but something off-camera prevents it. So yeah, this is a cool level. We want to deflect off the left side. Nope, just bad timing. And there we go. Fairly simple. Down to 200 seconds, of course, so I'll likely have to redo some things from timeout, just given the difficulty that we had with the first segment. Interesting, though, the ordering of the segments here, in that the first one definitely feels like it is the hardest in some ways, but it is one that teaches you immediately that the wall bounce off of the columns of red and blue blocks as they activate and deactivate is a wall bounce that is going to matter. So that's an important piece of information. Let's be very quick about reacting to the firing time. Once again, that's going to be a wall bounce that we actually did need. Whoops. There we go. Nope, too soon. Wow, that's going to be a pretty tight gap there as you try to keep the sword alive in that one tile space. But we did it. Yeah, so Bren 321, Terminator has a whole series of keep the sword alive levels like this. This is why this is Living on the Edge Part 8. It's the first one I've seen that is underwater, but it's not the first one I've seen that is one of those off-screen playable item types. And so we're going to have a bit of a Lemmy boss here. Oh, I guess we need to get this lifted back up in order to potentially kill the item. And yeah, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's try to get this to lift up properly once again. And is it going to lift in such a way that gets it deflected? I guess not. I guess relative to the Twister, it's a little bit difficult for me to see what the intended pattern is going to be with the way the Twister bobs things up and down. I suppose I have to release the sword underneath at that point and have it lift up to the Twister on the other side, but in the meantime, that will also work as if by accident. And then that's going to work as well, because I was actually paying attention for once. So we'll have a key door. Right up seems to be telling me that I have a door that I can use. Okay. And then we need the Master Sword in order to get the clear condition. So we actually need to come through this pipe here. We have 30 seconds to do so. You are worthy. Well, we'll find out in the space of 14 seconds whether we actually are in fact worthy. I don't think we're worthy. We're not worthy, we're not worthy. I should have just done the Pegasus dash here. Timeout. There we go. Yeah. And we need to keep the sword in the final part regardless. Okay, that's fine. That's entirely on me for dawdling for as long as we did in the first segment, but it just means we'll do this over again. And this time we may have to figure out how to actually defeat the boss properly. Whoops. So yeah, that was definitely a bit of an oof, but it was more of a cascading series of oofs. And once again, you can see where that 40-ish% clear rate, rather than something closer to 90%, is coming from. I know. Yeah, this one's a lot of fun. It's very polished and controllable. Although I will have to think about that boss once again to really see what's going on. Also, I guess coming out of the boss room, you know, you're going through a key door, but the screen is showing you a P door, and I wasn't actually able to go through the key door until such time as the P-switch expired, which... well, I mean, it's hard to tell what's going on when it is off-screen, but there were the arrows telling me to go right up. as though that was the way to use the key. But yeah, sometimes it takes a bit of repetition and guesswork to get everything sorted out right, and then this is partly just a matter of keeping your head together. There we go. Luckily, it is a fairly generous spot in there too. Have the sword trapped in that one tile space where it stays alive. What do I think of the level? I think this one's fairly good. I feel like I don't understand this pattern here with how to manipulate the sword under the twister. But that's pretty much the only thing. I think maybe I'm supposed to lower it and then raise it. But... oh, okay, I see it now, I see it. That is supposed to have a bit of a lower pattern like that. We deflect and drop that down. Okay, that actually worked quite smoothly. Now I understand it. Now I understand. Also nice to have that 2-tile hit zone with the munchers that could potentially drop on the boss. I mean, I guess given the one-way panel, it's only the right one that's really going to make contact. But nice to have that be a little bit completed regardless. It is possible, of course, for the P-switch to expire and to lock you out if you, for some reason, decide to hang around on the left side. Yeah. Let's grab the sword. Aha, stars, okay. Did not actually think about the stars last time. And it's just not going to make contact with Boom Boom anyway. So. Yeah, that it would also work with the night airship physics, as you were saying, Alex. I think it would. Given that, you know, you don't actually need the player to swim, and that having the player drop immediately off screen by following regular gravity while everything else follows low... everything else follows low gravity? Yeah, including the spike balls that are rolling. I guess that would work. It might take some adjustment, but when dealing with an off-screen mechanism like this, where you don't want the player to have any vertical control, particularly when they're dropping in, definitely see the case for using night airship rather than water. But I think it looks nice with water, and that the music is actually a good match. So let's mark that as a win. Let's pull up the sub next. Okay, Alex, let's get to what else we are going to pull up with this code. Your new level. Okay, so you actually do have a new one that must have been very recently uploaded. Your new level. Okay, we need to refresh. Memory and mini games. Already have a few clears on this. Now, given how poor my memory is, even for things like remembering what the opening text said, as soon as I get to the level, I imagine that this might actually be slightly challenging. But do you remember what you saw or made? Pay attention. Let's take a look at this and let's see if it's going to be any kind of unconventional puzzle concept. And you need to test it to see if it works? Yeah, we'll walk through it and we'll see whether we can do this. So, I think we need to pay attention to this picture. I remember seeing a very similar concept in Mario Maker 1, actually, like a memory picture game like this one. So we're going to just kind of keep that in mind. Yeah, it's going to be blue pipe, so we know it's going to be left. So that's going to be a fairly general introduction. It also gives you access to the door to hop back out if you need a second look. These are going anti-clockwise. Notice it's 10 coin and the patterns there. I don't know if the spinies are going to be relevant, but yep. Anti-clockwise, and also with the question block pattern, you know, being top left and bottom right, so. Yeah, and that's going to be controlled by just a death zone if you pick the wrong answer. So it essentially works like Spot the Difference, except based on your memory of a previous room. Now, we have a limited amount of time to look at this, given what's going on with the track. 3 Goombas, 2 Goomrats, 2 Pows. Okay. Aha, and this is going to be a counting game. 3 Goombas, 2 Goomrats, 2 Pows. That's going to be the one on the right. So I like how you gently escalate this with a bit of a counting challenge. Not to be confused with an accounting challenge. And yeah, we'll grab all of this anyway. Seems like this is the only way to go. And thank you, Joe Schmo, for going by with your code. So we see 2, 4, and 2. And the moon is just going to eradicate everything. Oh, that's a nice little way of doing that in terms of the muncher drop. 2, 4, and 2 appears correct. So let's take the first one. Yeah, I like how you gradually step up the timing mechanisms. I think that works rather well. So, P-switch. Now, why would we want to drop the bomb? Why would we want to drop the bomb? I needed to probably ignite that somehow. I didn't actually read that properly. Let's do that again. Oh, you have to leave? Okay, that's too bad you can't stay. But hopefully you'll be able to catch me another time. So thank you for dropping by anyway, Joe Schmo. Hope to see you another day. Too bad, because Muffin Mario certainly sounded rather compelling. Okay, just going to get through this as before. That's the thing about these kinds of picture matching levels, is that once you do know the solutions, fairly easy to retrace your way. Oh, okay, so I just need to go forward, and that the bomb on the right side is going to be some kind of activation later. 2, 1, 1, 1. Hang on, let's do this again. And wings on the mole, okay. And big mole, big boom boom. I see, so the first time I actually just straight up broke this by not paying attention to this pipe. That's the only thing, is that it is possible for me to just trap myself in this room. That's why you have the spike, but at the same time, understanding that this is the way to go, I feel like an arrow here would have simplified that considerably, even though it was the only thing to do, because, you know, I would be thinking, okay, drop the bomb, what happens? Even though nothing is in the vicinity and nothing would trigger it, you never know if something off-screen is going to play around with that expectation, so. No wings on the spikes. Right? Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the wings on the spikes. I know for sure that the moles... I know it's not 2 piranhas. So it's either left or right, and let's just go with this one. Yeah. So. There we go. Going to enforce the on-off. Right, left, down diagonal, up, up diagonal. Right, left, down diagonal, up, up. Okay. This one here. Second one. This one. So I need to tap an on-off switch and then come back and then enter that. Yes? So let's head up the column on the right side. No, I guess not. Left, right. Okay, just all the way back up. For an on-off switch. Drop down. And this one here. R360 Rider, can we do multiplayer? Honestly, I have never, ever had a decent multiplayer connection on this game. And so Unfortunately, I must decline. I've never had a reasonable game of multi. It might just be because I didn't get out of D rank, but the reason I never got out of D rank was that I've never had a decent game of multi. So we are going to see 2 keys to the left, 2 keys to the right, or maybe just some kind of indication that Bowser holds 4 keys, so. Yeah, no, I totally appreciate that playing multiplayer with viewers is a rewarding experience. I am just completely unable to run it. Wait. Oh, this is like a Super Mario World style bonus segment. So I should have paid attention to where I jumped up the first time. Because the first one I kind of got by accident. So it's going to be 2, 1, 3. 2, 1, 3, 2. Let's see. I think. I actually don't know what the first one will be. 2, 1, 3, 2. Okay. Let's try it that way. And thank you for the submission, Mech Introvert, for a very hard, spiny speedrun. Okay, no, I was wrong, because I was not paying attention to the first row earlier in this replica of one of the Super Mario World bonus games, of course. We know how this one's going to go. Just tap that. Mech Introvert, nous pouvons parler un peu de français. Et donc, je te comprends. En français aussi. For those of you who are wondering, I'm just reassuring Mech Introvert that we do, in fact, understand a little bit of French. Okay, so it's actually going to be 3. 1. 3. 2. Oh, merci. Yeah, we have just enough to get by. So, 3, 1, no. 3, 1, 3, 2. 3, 1, 3, 2. And okay. This one over here. Yeah, that's right. A bit of a memory game for the components that we have already examined. And yeah, need to do this bonus game pattern. Of course, you know, after all the times that I actually did play Super Mario World when I was younger, being able to reason which of the bonus rooms I have was never a skill I developed even then. And of course, back then, you only had to deal with 3 blocks at a time rather than 4. But I know that, you know, usually from the first 2 rows, you could tell which pattern was the one that you received. And you can collect all the remaining 1-ups from that point forward. And that was something that I just never picked up. I'm always impressed when people can do that, and that people can do that with, like, the concentration matching game as well in, what is it, SMB3, that they know all the possible combinations by heart. And yeah, let's just poke them 4 times. I guess that's the... a little bit more than 4, actually. But it's going to give us 1 of the available keys. And Yoshi is going to tell us what? Oh, whoops. Back here. Why don't we bump Yoshi? No. What do we do with Yoshi? Well, okay, let's take a look at the pipe pattern here. 4 pipes, 5 stacks of this. green platform under Yoshi. That seems like we might... that's actually not something we need to remember. That's just saving Yoshi. Unless there is a bonus segment up here. Which there is. And I'll just miss. Okay, fine. Tap that anyway. Hey, let's get back up there. I don't think anything was affected by that, but... we'll just do that anyway. And mark that as a win. I have no memory. That's very true. Okay, well, thank you for the memory minigames from Alex. This is followed by a next. So, Poplocks, if you are still here, I do see you in chat, so... of course, it is a little easier for me if you check in, but I believe you are still here, so... let's plug in ELH 9DJ ENG. Mario's Plumer Workday. Work it, Mario. I guess we'll work it. So yeah, a big Pikachu wave hello to you as well, Poplocks. Let's reach the goal after grabbing at least 110 coins. And that's going to be an at least condition. No scroll stop on the first screen there. Let's grab the mushroom, why not? Got 1 coin out of the available 4 that are pink. That may in fact get us up to that key door. More mushrooms. Yeah, let's poke around up here, see what's going on. Looks like eventually, if we're 50 coins short, we'll have to come through the key door and pick up everything that is there, so... going to gently Donkey Kong our way down while paying attention to some of the rooms we're passing along the way. Okay. And... aha, okay, and we'll scroll left. That's going to work. Now, yeah. I suppose hitting the P-switch would just give me 5 coins here. It wouldn't really do anything else, but you never know how tight we are against the coin limit, and therefore how necessary those will be. Oh, I see. Because you're also supposed to drop down here while the P-switch is active if you... ah, okay. So I hope we are able to get another P-switch, because if it's dependent on that P-switch that we saw earlier, that would be, I think, a little bit of a shame, because it would lock you out from completion. Hoping that is not the case, and that we can, in fact, have another shot at getting through that key door, if it is indeed matched to the upper key. And... okay, Farflower over here. Up to 56 coins at this point. And we did have the key, we just didn't have access to that extra 50 coins, and that would have still put us 4 short, I think. And of course, the thing that was perhaps vital here... you know what, maybe we can go back and the P-switch will respawn. Let me just check if that's going to be the case. It would also give you the Super Star. Would have to jump back up over to Goomba Stack, of course, to navigate our way back. P-switch is indeed present. So yeah, a little bit weird, I think, to have to retrace your way to the P-switch in order to do that, like through resetting past a door. But we'll make do, and we are now 2 coins short. And something tells me that the way we get those remaining 2 coins is through activating the P-switch. And oh no, we're missing that question block there. That's going to be 1. What else are we missing? Something else is missing. We're missing 1 coin, and so it seems to me that maybe there was another brick transformation to a coin that we needed here. But... Modified title screen level, is that what it is? Okay, that's why it seemed a little bit familiar. I never really played a title screens, so maybe one of these gives you a coin. Perhaps not. I feel like we probably needed to have a piece which is still active by the time we came here. I probably should just restart, but I also want to poke around and see what we could possibly have missed. Just to, you know, be diligent about this and to take a proper look. Having 1 coin short, it seems to be... Oh, that 1 question block was a 10 coin block, so I missed 8 coins by not hitting enough. You know what, that's... Yeah, that's it. I think I just kind of lost track of the clear condition when I did that and didn't think it would be that vital. When it, in fact, is. Okay. You have to start over. Yeah, for something like that, I wonder if the coin requirement rather would be a little bit too tight, but we'll see. And yeah, just tap this. Scan around up here. Okay. And yeah, let's tap this. Let's try to fall quickly. We can grab these coins. And we're back, I'm sure. Oh, no. Grabbed them the first time, actually. And it just means we'll have to come back. Not a... Oh, there is an invisible block there, huh? And I somehow overlooked that every time. You know what? That invisible block actually would have given us enough. No, it was a 1-up block. Never mind. It would not have given us enough. Never mind. Okay. Surely that is going to give us what we need. At least once we pop back out and back in. And that will definitely put us well over the line for what we need. Quite a ways over the line, in fact. So let's back over here and drop our way down. That's a fire flower in that block. We were doing so much better this time. 7 coins over. But yeah, like you said, I only tapped the 10 block twice, and so that would certainly account for that. Certainly looks quite possible to get to this segment with the star. We're into that kind of thing. Instead, we'll just grab the goal. Yeah, interesting. I think there were some things that didn't quite flow, just in terms of the requirement for going back to the P-switch, and also just the usual risk with clear condition levels like this, when you have part of the count being dependent on things you can only do once, like the invisible block. The general idea of it was probably fine, though, and I mean, it is, you know, mostly modified from the title screen. I was wondering why that looks so familiar the whole time, even though I don't think you had submitted to me before, but we were about 15 seconds off the record, which honestly looks very beatable if we're just more careful about the You know what? Let's try to beat it. If we're more careful about the P-switch activation pattern, that's easily beatable. 15 seconds? We definitely lost 15 seconds on all that stuff. Even drop fairly efficiently. Okay, going to be maybe a little bit reckless there by skipping the early power-up. Yeah, bear with me here. This is a short level. We can, I think, certainly make a decent run to just try to smash that record and tighten it up slightly. Thank you for the GGs. I'm not going to spend too many attempts on this. If I do actually fail miserably at doing this and just wind up tanking the clear rate the whole time. But, you know, these things do seem worthwhile from time to time, so... Okay. Yeah, not optimal by any means. Not even close, in fact. But... maybe I should just start over at this point. Okay, hang on. That was a massive stumble. Yeah, I don't do this for every level, of course, just for the ones where it looks like it's realistic to do this quickly. But we'll make a run at it. Make sure this gets a proper hearing. Now, I am going to close the queue to additional submissions fairly soon, just so you know, so if people are here who are not already in the queue and you want to submit, now would be a time to get in there. I do generally keep to a policy of finishing the queue for everybody who remains. We usually manage to do that. One of the consequences, of course, is that if you ask me to choose a level from your list, I will likely choose one of the easier ones. No, we forgot to grab those 6 coins. That's fine. That's fine. We can skip it. We know we have enough of a buffer that that won't matter too much. We don't have the key. Why don't we have the key? Oh, because... hang on. I completely messed this up. We just need to clear the coins. I don't need to go through the door yet. So yeah, thank you, MattBlue68, for that submission, and for the follow. So yeah, this will pretty much be last call. Luigi's Balloon Limbo, which mostly just serves to remind me that I never actually did get back to play much of the Luigi's Balloon mode that was patched into Odyssey, which seemed like it would make a lot of good use out of Odyssey's lesser-known mechanics, in that, you know, a lot of the main game really never forces you to learn some of the things you can do with the campy jumps. And it was always kind of a shame. In that you would only be using those for the Koopa races. Okay, let's get back down here. Nope. I knew that was going to happen. Like I said, not going to spend too many attempts on this if we do keep messing up. I don't imagine that any record I get on this will hold up very tightly anyway. But we can make a decent effort. Come on, come on. D-pad's gotta cooperate with me sometimes. And let's drop all these. And drop down here. Yeah, let's take care of this first. Hey, actually that works. And I'm not going to mind that too much since we get plenty of opportunities at things like fire flowers all over the place. Thank you for the follow. Okay, pop in here. We are currently 3 coins short. Why are we 3 coins short? That is something that is a mystery. What did I miss? Oh, 10 coin, yeah. Yeah, and we'll just run for it. And yeah, my pleasure to just kind of squeeze the record a little bit. Glad you enjoyed the experience. Squeezed the record by a lot, actually. We managed to cut that down by probably about 45 seconds. So, did I already mark that as a win? I think I don't remember. Thank you for the GGs. Let's take a look at this up next. Oh yeah, I'm going to close the queue at this point, as I was saying. And we just Awesome Lamp, was that actually a resubmission, or did I just forget to remove you again earlier? Or, oh yeah, no, because the last one we did was Alex's. So no, that's correct. That's correct. Let me just take a moment to change my stream title. Yeah, that was a resubmission. Yeah, no, I just have, as we proved earlier, no memory. Yeah, I'm just going to change my stream information to make sure this is accurately denoted as closed. And refresh the bot so that is accurately displayed as well. And then we'll go on. So thank you once again, Popblocks. Let's take a look at what Awesome Lab has in store. 5LS EX6 EYG. And yeah, if you are currently in queue, we should be able to get through everybody here, I hope. We never did see Pyramid of the Seesaw, if this is one of the early ones that you are working into your new world, and in any case, it promises puzzles, so let's take a look. Very boring. Which is very boring. Okay. Re-upload. I haven't seen... Oh, whoops. Oh... Yeah, I kind of recognize it. Pyramid of Seesaw. Yeah, we'll do it. But... You want me to play something else, though? Or... I can look at something older. I am through most of your list at this point, but... Unless there is a specific fix that you wanted me to take a look at. Yeah, actually I remember this one. It's... well, I vaguely remember it. I do kind of remember some of the setups like this one, yeah. Right. Okay, let's drop this on top. Make our way over. Whoops. Definitely would have felt a little bit blind if I didn't have the mushroom to absorb that. Okay, we want to get the flop up there in order to take it out. And we are through. Definitely missed a little bit in the bottom earlier. Okay. That's going to be optional. This is just going to be a bomb drop on the other side, yeah. Nope, hang on. Whoops, okay, let's go down and grab the sword. Actually try to throw something accurately into the slot for change. There we are. There we are. Nice heavy bomb. Looks like on-off activation is going to do the trick for us here, so... There we are. And... yeah, going to drop that big muncher on the other side. No big deal if we get a bit clipped at that point, given that what's happening here is that I want to raise all of that stuff. Okay. There we are. And raise all of these. And yeah. The only two auto levels left are a mildly interesting auto level and a horrible jank level. Okay. Well, good thing you are continuing to pump out some new content then. Okay. Nope. Just trying to get that jump up in time. There we go. Might go wrong with horrible jank? Oh, I don't know. I think there is some room for polite and civil disagreement on that score. Whoa. Don't know why I was backing up there. I think I was thrown off a little bit by the way I was reading the track pattern. Okay. Ah, yeah, I see. And then this is going to be a... Oops. Wonder if I can repress those right now. Whoops. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. I suppose hitting the on-off twice early on would save me the trouble of dealing with them later. Ren is 321. I think when people talk about something being janky, they usually mean that your inputs don't correlate reliably with the outputs. So you are, you know, trying to do something and it's very difficult to nail the execution consistently, just because mechanics don't seem to respond the same way or respond very wildly depending on very minor fluctuations. I think that would be a fair way of putting it. You know, when something feels like it's not 100% under the player's control due to just how even small mistakes can have big consequences to the consistency of your pattern or the consistency of the overall mechanism. And, oh, that's an issue. Like the wing beats of a butterfly causing an earthquake. All the way in the Sand Kingdom. That's how I would put it. I mean, I don't know if other people who have strong opinions on jank would necessarily agree with that, but that is how I look at it. Hey, let's activate these as soon as possible. Okay. Double tapping on off. Let's see if that actually has consequences. Not yet. Not yet, but we'll see if there is any kind of on-off gate control that is pertinent to us later, and yes, there is. Okay, so that's what happens when you come in with the on-off state the way it is. That's fine. We can hopefully just back out and... Oh, no, no, no. Let's catch the train. No. Okay. We can just wait for it to come back down, I guess. Or we can go back and respawn. Let's just wait for it to come back down. From Google, janky of extremely poor, unreliable quality. So, I can tell you for a fact that that's not currently in the valid set of 5-letter J words in the Scrabble dictionary. Ask me how I know. At least not the North American one. The lexicon used in World Championship or international play tends to be much more permissive, but I don't believe it's there either. So we'll have to wait until the next edition to see whether Mario Maker terminology starts to make its way in and whether the lexicon catches up. And yeah, day 1 levels that were even worse, you know, I think all of us have a story like that. So. That's going to be a win. Let's see what's next. And thank you so much for everybody's patience and staying in the queue today. We've actually had very few leavers. We've had a lot of people graciously stay to watch themselves get played. And I appreciate it, you appreciate it. I'm sure we all get along better that way, so. Beware, 001. Let's see if I have just spoken too soon. I think Beware 001 may in fact have left us. Yeah, I know it actually totally predates Mario Maker, but I do think that it was something I've mostly heard in the context of video game mechanics. You know, when referring to the interaction involved. Bran, it looks like you'll almost certainly be next if Beware does not check in. So, yeah, once again, thank you for sticking around so patiently. Let's take a look at what you wanted to show me. It's going to be 4JD. 3JB. 7MF. So, this is also going to be very new. Very few plays and only one clear. An old, forgotten city engulfed in darkness. And you light up the city. Well, it is a lightless city, so we'll have to find some kind of creative light source, I'm sure. You remember hearing it a lot out of Dave and Navarro in Ink Master. I don't know anything about Ink Master. You'll have to kind of enlighten me on that. And speaking of enlightening, we're going to turn on the lights from time to time. Yeah, it's going to be a kind of gentle, traditional level, by the looks of it, based on the concept of just lighting up your safety zones a little bit at a time and making it far forward enough that you can, in fact, continue to the next lamp. One might even say, an awesome lamp. But, whoops. That's the risk with going fast in a dark level. That kind of thing can happen. And let's tap this. Ink Master is a competition for tattoo artists. The jankiness is permanent. Okay. Now, you know what runs very smoothly and reliably and doesn't have a lot of jank? Marble racing. Okay, let's turn on the lights here. I had seen the top path previously. It looked like a slightly riskier path, which makes me want to go back and try it once again. Risky path that's also slightly out of the way. Slightly. So why don't we just do that and dodge these gooms. And okay, so that's going to toggle on the on-off switch, and that's going to affect something later in the level, I'm sure. In terms of giving us some kind of alternate path, perhaps. But it's also going to affect the radius of the lights, because that is what an on-off switch does. And... oh, so what was the point of that? Unless there was something I missed. Oh, here's a down arrow. And... okay. I don't see what's going on here with the on-off switch and why you allowed me to toggle it earlier. The other thing being that because you have the on-off switch directly over... I mean, I know it affects the light radius, but I don't know why this level does that. In that you have access to this anyway, and so any changes in the on-off state, you can just kind of go backwards and explore, right? Like, I originally thought when I was going to drop down from the alternate path after having activated the switch, that it would perhaps give me access to some kind of secret if I kept the on-off switch that way, but it's apparent to me that that's not actually the case, so it's not really clear on what's going on. Coins down there, okay, yeah. One of the competitors fell off the array in one of the Marble League competitions recently. Okay, so never mind what I said. Well, I hope that competitor is okay. I watched a really interesting animated short about a year ago that was an animated documentary about... what was that really famous crash back in the 1950s? If you recall. Like, the name completely escapes me at this moment because I'm still playing this at the same time, but... okay, this upper drop here makes me think there's some kind of other secret that I missed. So yeah, pretty neat and playable sort of medium-ish traditional layout that uses the light mechanic just to keep you on your toes. Again, like, I didn't quite see what was going on with the on-off switches and some of the secret placement, but that might just be because I didn't explore this thoroughly enough. So, you know, that's sometimes just a matter of leading the eye of the player with environmental clues, which I know is just going to be a bit of a challenge anyway when you have a lightless city, but as far as the actual platforming layout goes, for something that is going to be kind of content north of 20%, I think that is quite functional. So, thank you for submitting. We'll mark that as a win, and we will plug in the sub next, which I think will just be the same as the next Hyperion Smokestack. IPXGDC. Can I finally try the Smolder Coaster? Yes. Yes, that seems to be one that we had talked about before a couple times, and I just never got to it for some reason. Bowser Jr. Smolder Coaster, yep, 1.2. Ride a coaster while activating all of the actuators. Okay, let's activate some actuators. I don't remember why it was I hadn't played this, but probably because it came near the end of some streams when I was winding down. Picking easier things, maybe. Oh, here's the classic Smokestack Stair Stack. We've learned to recognize that quite a few times at this point. Double exclamation mark, telling you that the play that has been made on the board is a very interesting one. And, whoops. I always stop and look at it, yeah. Well, it is like greeting an old friend who is about to drop you into the lava. Okay, just have to be aware, I guess, of the part where it spreads out there. I should just sit tight, like sit tight on these guys. I mean, I suppose the double exclamation marks are just meant to throw me off. So, yeah. So the double exclamation marks are going to work as a bit of a warning as well as a bonus. And if you try to collect the bonus, then things get dicey. Okay, so here's the Smolder Coaster continuing to smolder. we're going to drop the next one. I'm going to say train levels in all their forms are always quite satisfying. Hyperion Smokestack, I don't know if you saw the Tomb Train 4YMM level that I believe was from last week with the thwomp mechanism. Oh, you meant the smaller coaster. I always stop and look at it and pick something else. Yeah. I quite like it so far. I quite like it. I do find that the double exclamation marks, you know, as a warning sign, they can be a... Oh, I suppose I'm supposed to activate the switch, although that looks skippable. If I twirl strategically, I might actually try to skip it. Although that would cause problems further down the line because I would not have a train to return to, rather. So yeah, the part where it spreads out there, I think, can be a little bit misleading at first glance, simply because when you see coins, the temptation is quite often to jump. Jump, jump, jump. Okay. Oh, whoops.
Oh, no.
And yeah, we'll just have to be careful. I mean, this is technically the easier stuff, but it is so tempting to collect the exclamation marks every time. Hey, I'm going to try it. It's going to kill us at the end of this segment, but I wanted to break it anyway. And in fact, it wouldn't totally break it, because you could in fact continue if you were quick and jump onto Magikoopa directly. I kind of want to try it, given that I know that that actually stops. But I think if the Magikoopa drops instantly, then I cannot catch up to the speed of the auto-scroll boundary, and that, or rather it would outpace the auto-scroll boundary. So yeah, pardon me, I know I'm just kind of spending attempts on breaking this.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, the camera would push you anyway, so I think that's not very smart. But I just wanted to see if it was doable. I just wanted to see if I could do it. And I kind of can, but the camera control prevents me from getting much further. I think there is maybe a bit of a clarity issue in that it isn't clear that the on-off switch is actually required and that tapping it once is the requirement. But that's the kind of cleanup that I think you've learned about since in terms of player behavior. So for example, if I double tap that really quickly, I could have actually taken all of this out. I could have just destroyed the blasters entirely and trapped myself. But then, you know, you look at that and think, well, why would the player want to do that? Well, the player would want to do that for the same reason that players usually do silly things to break levels, which is just to see what happens. And... okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, no.
Yeah, a bit dangerous, I think, to drop directly onto that while it is doing the spreading acceleration. And, yeah. I do see that the acceleration there is probably just from it being loaded from one conveyor to the next and having one conveyor at double speed. And yeah, there we go. I would assume that that's the way that it has been built here. Let's, oh, whoops. There you go, I didn't mean to do that. That was entirely by accident, and it happened. That's what I was afraid of. Because I was thinking, okay, just hit the on-off switch, might as well kill the bullet at the same time, and we just ended up double tapping it. Yeah. Good mechanic and good level design, though, apart from the little things that I'm just smashing up all over the place. Like, the concept is good. Just a lot of things that, you know, I think had you made this back when you had me around to break things for you, I think there are a lot of things that you would have potentially rethought. But, you know, it's in the past now. If you ever decide to remake or revisit the concept, it's certainly a very good starting point. And these are not huge vulnerabilities. Like, in some ways, I have to go out of my way to notice them and do things that way, but that's the thing about on-off switches. I think usually the way that on-off switches are placed in a level, they have a very clear intended behavior, but a very clear intended behavior does not mean the player is actually going to do it, right? I mean, at least it's very clear how they're supposed to work, what you're supposed to do, when you're supposed to tap them. Like, that's all unambiguous. And so, you know, even if you do mess around with this, at least you can say, okay, I know what the main path is supposed to be. I know what the proper pattern is supposed to be. But I find that a lot of things involving on-off mechanisms often do need to be enforced. Because they do break easily when you just have things like a rapid double tap. And okay, so Pass Conveyor is going to give us a generous little catch-up over there. Very nice of that bullet. Okay, going to just, whoa,
Oh no!
try to slip under the bombs there. Yeah, I mean, it's an earlier level. That's totally understandable. And, you know, it's a good mechanic and a good start for something that was an early level. But I think it's generally true that, like, the more ambitious you get with mechanics and interactions and contraptions and so forth, the more bug testing time you've committed to. That everything just becomes massively more complex and breakable. I'm not even sure I give that much thought to breaking things, I just do it. Although, yeah, whenever I make my own stuff, I tend to test very obsessively. It's impossible to catch everything, but you would be amazed sometimes at just some of the very silly behaviors that are difficult to pin down, especially when the mechanisms are buried in poison or lava and are therefore not visible. And yeah, I find that, you know, with poison and lava, that I constantly have to switch back into water mode, like switch back into the forest theme, just to test things properly to see if they are actually working as intended. And that even if I do that, that causes problems if I have other mechanics in there that require poison or lava in order to activate properly, which is sometimes the case. I don't know why I did that. If you already uploaded a level before, oh, without making an extra save file, yeah, you can re-upload, but you have to, I believe, delete the current upload first. But using the save as feature in the core spot always helps. Always helpful to make a backup, I think. I always make an extra copy before I upload anything these days, simply because you don't know what's going to come up. Like, I always have a working copy and then a publication copy. Because, you know, things do happen, especially if you have patches, like what happened this week with 3.0.1, that if you're using some particularly advanced or glitchy mechanics, things can blow up on you, and you want to keep your earlier copy because something that is already clear checked and ready to go on a previous version of the game will still run on the engine from that previous version. Which is why if you had, for example, something that was clear checked from last August, and you just wanted to re-upload your clear checked file with no modifications, it would still play by the same rules as last August in terms of things like icicles as global ground, on-off blocks trapping objects, etc. A lot of the old interactions. Same with a lot of the other more trolly stuff that was patched out, like, you know, the clown car hyperspeed shenanigans that were all over the place for a while. Like, I feel like before 3.0 patched them out, I was seeing some kind of clown car bullet blaster launch every week. Hey, that was fancy. A little bit difficult to see with the way they spawn off camera,
Oh no!
but fancy. Yeah, there was a 3.0.1 patch. It will not affect the vast majority of makers. It will affect contraptions that are dependent on weird slope collisions. So I don't know if you saw the direction detection level that was from week 1 of 4YMM that was about controlling the on-off state based on whether you were looking right or left. It was actually a level that showed off its mechanism at the very end if you found the bonus room, like it would reveal how it worked so you could copy it. But as of yesterday, I think, or as of the day before yesterday, that no longer works because something about clown car and slope collisions has changed. And so there needs to be a new solution now, which is too bad because that was a fascinating mechanic that Nabuz, the maker behind it, had been preparing for several months and was holding on to it, you know, so he could release it with a really splashy level, and then it came out, it still works, and nobody can imitate it. At least not with the original mechanism that was set up. That was very unfortunate. Whoops. Keep falling in this little gap here. And yeah, I should really wait at the bombs. All in. But actually learn to remember some of these patterns for once. But yeah, using, as I said before, exclamation mark coins to signal you probably don't want to jump here. Might not work out very well even if you already know what they mean, because, you know, players have had many Mario games to be conditioned on the idea that if you see coins, you jump around and grab them, which was why the Don't Touch Anything challenge in NSMBU is notoriously one of the hardest challenges that Nintendo themselves has ever designed, because dodging every coin in that level is just not an intuitive thing to do, right? Like, you know, you've spent the entire game being conditioned against it. Okay, let's give us a little bit more room before we launch it forward, because I find that having enough space on the camera is becoming a bit of an issue here. Look at that massive bonsai. That's going to be a checkpoint, and that's going to be a boss door. So let's see what Junior is going to do to us with that. Oh, okay, I see. We needed to watch the shell timer on the on-off up top in order to be toggled back and forth. So in the meantime, we'll just try to pop him 3 times the way we usually do and not get shot in the face the way that we did there. I played the boss remix level. Yeah, I thought this looked familiar. Because I know it was a remix of your previous bosses, I don't know why I did not pay attention to that bullet. Okay, let's scan around for power-ups? Power-ups? No, okay. That's fine. Yeah, I thought this looked familiar. Okay, let's let that hit. Just to give myself a little bit more room to work with. Okay, trying to go over that way seemed to be correct, actually, except I think the bullet set me back just a little bit. This is the harder version. Okay, yeah. It seems harder. I don't really remember how the other one looked, but...
Oh no!
While jumping back and forth there is probably a bad idea with the bullets and the Magikuba projectiles firing back and forth. Okay. Let's try to catch him on the next pass. Oh. Earlier twirl there would have done it. That was a bad call, but I think the spacing on how close Junior gets makes it doable if we're careful. I mean, there is going to be a certain amount of Magikuba RNG to deal with, but you'll see that if I hug the left wall, the Magikuba fires left. And that would eliminate the Magikuba projectiles from consideration, what Steve refers to as the PlayStation button missiles. So yeah, if I actually just face left, block the PlayStation button missiles, and then watch the shell pattern carefully enough to catch Junior on the first pass over, we can do that safely. Just like that. Whoops. Wasn't really watching the shell pattern properly that time. That's how you did it. Skip the first cycle. Saw streamers get him on the first one. Okay. And yeah. Okay, I thought I was going to land on him there, and I planned according to that, which was why we fell to our doom. Oh, whoops. Almost got it there. I was trying to get the second wall jump off the blasters to salvage that somehow, but might work. Yeah, I can definitely see the appeal of the new soup style as the de facto style that you go with for a lot of these. Just given a lot of the flexibility in the movement mechanics. Wow, that was close. No. I thought I was going to get the third bounce, and then the shells came out, and that put an end to it. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely a lot of people who find NSMBU to kind of be a little bit ugly. I don't quite agree. I think that there's
Oh no!
quite a lot that you can do with a style to make it look clean. I do think that there are some themes where the colors can clash. So for instance, there are some objects that are much less visible over the orange lava in this theme than they are relative to the other ones. So sometimes, depending on the kind of elements that you're using in the course, visibility is an issue. Similarly, for some of the semi-solids and things like the grassland theme, like a lot of the green tends to blend together sometimes, that I find that, you know, green pipes, green backgrounds, green vines, etc., that they don't quite have the same color contrast that you have in the older styles. But generally, yeah, I think that New Soup doesn't get enough credit for the artwork, particularly some of the background art, which is already scaled down from the gorgeous background art that is in the actual game. It also looks so noche, yeah. Yep, that's certainly one way of putting it. Okay, just actually have to watch the shell timer, which I'm glad is highly visible, but it's going to make some poor judgments there. So we aim for the second hit. Yeah, trapping the Magic Koopa is the way to go when we are on the left side. Oh, missed. Once again, I calculated that jump on the expectation that it would get that bounce. And that was not so accurate an assessment. Okay, didn't trap the missile that time, and that caused all kinds of problems. And that's about to hit. There we go. Really do have to have your eyes in two places at once sometimes here. I don't think that was a hit. I think we just got the shell. Whoops. Came a bit late relative to that because of the hesitation on the dodge. And let's trap that once again. Nope, a little bit early. And okay. Yeah, trying to do a double wall jump there did not actually work out. You do have a new boss that you prepared, and you just have to build a new level around it. Okay. And then... there we go. Yeah, having the twirl available for the repositioning makes a big difference in a level like this.
Oh no!
You're going to have to do an audition for a VA role soon. Okay, interesting. Are you already an established voice actor, or is this something that is a relatively new venture?
Oh no!
But hey, you got that money, welcome. And okay, let's see this once again. Got to plan around that accurately. There we go. Have a bit of an adjustment at the end.
Oh no!
Yeah, I feel like getting him on a second pass is generally not a good idea. I should just sail all the way left and clear some space for myself and reorient the timing that we have available, and that went a bit early. You've done auditions for some projects and you started earlier this year. Well, okay. Hope some of those come together for you. So, what kind of voice roles are we talking about? Is it narration or actual character work? Or I know that voice actors tend to be insanely prolific in that, you know, so much of their livelihoods depend on having hundreds of roles and just a ton of versatility. Actual characters, okay. Well, hope that goes well for you. And okay.
Oh no!
Once again, I should remind myself to ride out the right to left cycle. Feels a little less safe and manageable. Yeah, this is the run. I think you spoke slightly too soon. Oh, whoops. Just a bad bounce off the clown car. Or, well, off Bowser himself. Off Junior. And Yeah. Okay. Slide very stylishly. Right under that shell. Oh, look at that. And he'll just get crunched. Okay, that works for me too. That was something I did for the style points, I'm sure. Since we're at no risk of getting any kind of world record, I'm going to eliminate part of that GG. So yeah, a crushing victory. That was legitimately, I mean, you know, from a maker's perspective, you might see that as a potential oversight, but I thought that was a legitimately stylish way to get the kill. And not something that would be easy to trigger intentionally. So even if you knew about it as an option, it's actually kind of a cool way to do it. Okay, let's take a look at who's next. Depending on who has decided to remain online with us. And yeah, I mean, there's not much that you can do with a mechanic like that to really fix that up and still retain fight in its present form. Okay, Pack. Looks like you are still online according to Twitch, so it would be nice if you could check in, but I will begin to put in your code. Okay, so that's going to be Pack 3LLI, Mask Collector's Haunted Quest. The Mask Collector found a haunted house where magic coins hide the exit. So this is going to be quite new. It's going to be a 3D world ghost house involving masks. And yeah, kind of looking forward to that, given, as many of you know, that we have a certain love of the Goomba mask in particular around here. If you can manage to do it, yeah, it's always nice to have something like that. I generally love alternate boss strategies. Oh, that's a safety coin. Out of a 3 checkpoint setup, that was in fact very obviously a safety coin. But actually look at the coin count and look at the pipe setup before we do that sort of thing. Oh, there is no Goomba mask. Okay, it's just going to be cannon box, a bullet, and propeller. That's fine. And okay, gonna be wall jumps. Wait. Wall jumps, of course, are something you're able to do while holding the extended shot, which will be necessary there. Make our way up. Yeah, kind of an intro to a lot of those mask mechanics. Hey, there is a Goomba mask. Wonderful. That's just going to get everybody to hold still. Roughly. Going to get them to not chase me around anyway. Also enforce a lack of damage. Let's see what's over here. Okay, so not absolutely necessary to get the squid jump, but certainly helps. Pow is just going to blow everything up. Very satisfying. And yeah, stopping this is enough to unlock that. Looks like this is just there to control taking off the mask. I see no way around it. We have coin 1. Now, is this a repeatable checkpoint? Yes, it is. Of course it is. And how this was laid out. First Goomba mask level you played was mine? Yeah, I think that was true for a lot of people who played it. And there are still a lot of mechanics that I put into that I have not seen replicated anywhere else. So, it's kind of nice that I struck something pretty interesting there that seemed to appeal to people. Okay. That's going to be hit number 1. Oh, no. You're going to hit that. Okay, I see. Because of the camera positioning, it can be a little bit tricky to see that you do, in fact, need Nope, hang on. The Heller. Luckily, wall jump is not really going to do it because you actually do need a retained repeller for as long as possible. So, maybe one boost, 2, 3, and then we can land and go back. Yeah. 1. Nope. And cow hat. Okay, that's fine. Kind of cheesed it, but I guess this would turn the cow hat off. Also get rid of the swamp. Yes, some of the mandatory damage is not always intuitive here, but I think we'll make do. Oops. Yeah, and I guess this one-up is just based entirely on falling gently into this little one-tile slot here. And... oh, I mean, we actually needed... okay, we actually need to drop back and get across, because... if it's possible to safely do so, and I don't think it is, because that is a damage check to rip off the mask at the very end. Very clearly so, in fact. Now, here's the other thing. We are doing this in order left to right. I think with multi-checkpoint safety coin setups, that it's often better to have the coins visible in such a way that you know what you have already accomplished. So that could be, you know, maybe out the corresponding exit pipe in the first part. Here, of course, you want the coins as part of the challenge, as part of the power-up check at the very end. But usually some kind of tracking mechanism that allows you to see in advance a reminder of which rooms have been cleared is generally very helpful with multi-checkpoint setups like this one. Okay. Let's grab that. First good one you played? Oh, thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, I really feel like to this day the Goomba mask is vastly underrated, and of course I have a certain bias when it comes to that question, but you know, really do think that's the case. That it is a massively underrated item, considering just how much stuff you can do with it. And just how many manipulations of enemy behavior will put into the game. Even just the smallest things, like how Podoboos just drop straight down and don't come back. Okay. Yeah, I guess the warp blocks do kind of mark which ones you had taken previously on this run. You did kind of have to remember, of course, that the leftmost segment was one that we had accomplished. Okay, have to sometimes remember what the bullet input is. Holding down the jump button, and oh, that's a very satisfying skip squeak elimination. Okay, so it looks like... does using the boost activate skip squeaks? No, it doesn't. And so as long as we don't hit the jump button and slip down gently, skip squeaks don't activate. Really interesting use of the spike skip squeaks. I actually quite like that. We'll, of course, come up here. Interesting that you have a donut block drop over to the door on the right. I guess this probably just resets our position. No, it actually takes you to this room. Okay. That's fine then. Looks like this is going to be based on the bullet wall jump. Okay. And that's correct. Oh, thank you, got that money. I appreciate that sentiment. I think it is the favorite thing that I've made by far. I was just sending it around like yesterday for the first time in a long time, and whoops. And it was a pleasure to see people just get caught on the same stuff again and solve the same stuff. Yeah, I guess we do have to take damage here to get through the pipe. It'll be unavoidable. But then we have all 3 coins. Touch the checkpoint. And let's grab the safety coin. And yeah, it's going to be a Goomba Mask ending where nothing reacts and everything is sad. So for those of you who were wondering about the level that we were just talking about, the Goomba Mask one that I made, luckily I actually do have the code still plugged in because I have not replaced that with something more recent yet. So I don't know if Pack was still lurking the whole time, but thank you anyway for Mask Collector's Haunted Quest. We only have 1 sub remaining, and that's going to be Ogner, and then we will go down the rest of the queue with next. The rest of the queue at this point looks like this. I totally didn't mark that as a win, did I? Yeah, I forgot to mark that as a win. Let me just do that quickly and get rid of Pack's course from the list. And let me just check the list to make sure it is displaying properly once again. So yeah, we should have no problem getting through everybody who is still remaining with the stream. And then we'll see afterwards if we have any time for any reopenings or bonuses, depending on how efficiently we can get through all of this. Yeah, gotta check it twice to see if you are naughty or nice, otherwise known as not online and online. So this is going to be a Grand Boo Tower speedrun, not to be confused with Grand Poo. A ferociously frightening foray through a fortress so fast. I guess the through is a little bit of a cheat, but a ferociously frightening foray through a fortress so fast. Okay. And let's just play it. It's going to be about 3%. It's going to be quick. And let's see what the boos are going to do to us. Yeah, pretty much straight speed run with a couple of Ghost House troll blocks here and there. No, you just need to not jump, you just need to run directly towards trampolines and count on them to bounce you back and forth through the firebar patterns that have been timed to permit you to play one way and exactly one way. Looks like we're a bit slow on the bounce back. And yeah. Gotta be really quick. I need to jump that, I guess. Yeah, because of the up diagonal arrow. Obviously, when you have a screen that is this busy, after a little while I'm not really able to pick out what is an indication and what is just an obstacle. I mean, the arrows are always going to be arrows. But it does mean that I'm just going to be reading a lot of things by instinct, and so... However, once you do see that the arrows are behaving as arrows, and that the absence of arrows is behaving as the absence of an arrow, that there is in fact a bit of an ontological correspondence between the two, between the signifier and the signified, that, thank you very much, by the way, for the bit donation. But yeah, once you understand that, then this level becomes actually relatively easy to follow. I think certainly the black background of the ghost house is going to help. And yeah, let's just dodge our way back and forth. Nope, missed that jump. Sometimes that's the risk, I think, from having a continuous coin trail. You have that constant feedback of staying right on the mark, and I think works well enough in a level like this, but it is a bit of a risk sometimes with speedrun levels like this that they can be too noisy to read. This one I think has been fine. The more I get around this jump arrow here, the more I feel like it was probably my fault. But once you get into, for example, that whole background over the blue windows there, those coin trails can be a little bit hard to see the first time, and that's partly what is throwing me off, I think, is just being able to see such a thing as a blue platform overlaid on blue background. I do think that, however, that this theme generally looks very pretty for what you're trying to do here. It's not the first time I've actually seen the SMB3 Ghost House using these highly decorative window semi-solids to create a hotel motif. Whoops. Just didn't scroll the camera high enough to really see where we were going there, but it was very clear that it was not going to be down. Interesting that you have these diamond patterns all over the place, like it is the, you know, signature logo of your hotel chain. Like you would see those diamonds with spike blocks inside on your pads of stationery and your napkins and everything else that is associated with this experience of hospitality. And, okay. Up we go, up we go. 2 seconds, really? Looks like we're really tight on a timer. This has got to drop us pretty much directly on the goal if we are to have any hope, and we do, so. A sneaky trick by those darn ghosts. Yes, they are. Oh, you were auditioning for a Danganronpa fan game. I've actually not played any of the official games, so I know it's a visual novel series that has some kind of metafictional element to it, but that's literally all I know. Interesting that the person ahead of us managed to squeeze the time by almost a whole second, but I can see where some of the inefficiencies in our jumps were coming from, so. Granbu Tower speedrun. Finally finished. Had the same world record for well over half a year, but somebody finally cracked 29. Yeah, I guess this has been around since last September. Well, it holds up very well, I think, for something from last September, and I think it has been amply rewarded with plays and likes. So once again, here's a reminder of what remains of our list. We'll get through everybody who is still here. And yeah, thank you for checking in. Let's take a look at Ninja's level. That's going to be W0X UVJ 2YF. Think fast, easy to hard. You survive the level and catch all 3 star coins. Good luck. So this is going to be by Rob Boss, well-known instructor of painting things with the R's and B's reversed. And think fast. Okay. Well, somebody thought pretty fast to the tune of a world record of 56 seconds on a pretty generous-looking clear rate of about 4%. So let's see what kind of thinking is involved. Once again, a very well-played, well-liked level. Start and go. Okay, so an off-screen thing there. Not a very tight timer, at least, so this is just going to be a straight, quick platforming segment. Certainly looked like we were supposed to grab on to the vine at the top left, rather than attempt to beat that timing. I'm sure that by somebody with a slightly better technique, that timing around a corner actually did look beatable. You would have to be a much more precise player than I am. So we will go for the vine strategy. So, start and go. And somebody's going to cry for help somewhere in the recesses of this level. A plea for assistance. That's going to be a ding-dong. Early we roll along. Whoops. Okay. Going to grab that 10 coin. Looks like we were supposed to look for 3 of those or something, right? So... Okay, so that's not an intended path, that's just a bit of a shocker of an exit. And let's continue. Okay. Oh, whoops. I guess we didn't really need to do that. Just trying to back up ahead of time and managed to get that. Interesting, you had a bit of a Super Famicom 4-color layout on the left there, in the previous screen. Just these nice little decorations that are just barely out of the way. A lot of little decorations everywhere. Okay, yeah, it looks like there's a lot of just reaction timing all over this level as you spawn in and read what is about to happen. Pow down, Muncher down. Okay, I see. So you actually needed to slow down. Right, because Munchers are below your column, Pows are below the Thwomp column. Okay. I think the first time you see that, that's not necessarily going to be the intuitive reading. But I'm glad that there is enough room there that I can make a little mistake, like activating that second platform quickly, and still make it through. That's a very quick new save point. And then a chase. Okay, yeah, no. I was not able to see the first time that the POW was going to save me. Now we've seen it. Probably do it. And that was the second of the 10 coins. No, third of the 10 coins, actually. We're at 30. That's probably not the way that was supposed to work. Ah, no, I see. Because when it's at the off state, we're able to jump over to the next platform. Okay. Oh, and it was no, because it was just the 30 coin that was there in the corner. And we can try to grab it. But feels like a double toggle on the right side of that, just underneath the thwomp. It's probably what we need. Hence the instruction to think fast. Because being able to read that accurately in terms of being able to get the on-off state into the right position is going to matter quite a bit. Oh. Playing a little scared of the burners here. I mean, the shell, of course, is necessary for toggling the POW that clears the way to the Muncher. Otherwise, it would be very tempting to sneak under and grab that as a helmet. Still thinking about this, because I suppose if that second thwomp does a double tap, and that we just trust that we can continue to go forward, we don't really need it to hang around with that on-off while this is still going. Yeah, because it just seems like arrows pointing to the on-off switch, no arrow pointing after the first two, just one that encourages you to go on and trust that the level is going to do its job. Okay. Yep. And in we go. Oh, we missed a coin there. Okay. That's not really going to do too much, except this is marked with an X. Oh, okay. THX 1138. Yes, that's right. And this is going to be another exercise in thinking quickly, not being too scared of the spikes that were all over the place, and that's the ending. going to take us up and have a little bit of a celebration screen here. Think, think, think. Yeah, that's what we did. So that is going to be a win. Okay, next is Mech Introverti. Mech Introverti. Si vous êtes présent, please say hello. They dropped a code here and indicated earlier that they were a francophone, but I think Mech has in fact departed us, so dommage. So it looks like we will likely finish the queue with Matte Blue. If it's in a level that's on the easier side, we might have a bonus round afterwards, but we'll see how we're doing for time. Yep, I know that Matte Blue is still here, and you will be next. So thank you for your patience and sticking around all this time. No doubt rehearsing for your voice acting audition off stream. Yeah, it's been a very efficient queue today. Got a short level, there is a bonus round. We'll see, depending on the clear rate on this one and how much time it takes me. Course not found. What do we do? 6 F6 WC4 6 HF. Okay. Yep. Hey, Luigi's Balloon Limbo. This is going to be fairly new, very few plays. The existing 4 footprints obviously did not try very hard. Although you can kind of see that there's a bit of a mecha gate at the very end with all those thwomps. So yeah, Luigi's stuck in a poisonous forest. A good thing he found a magic balloon. Oh, okay, no, I suppose P-Balloon actually conflicts with a helmet anyway, and so we don't actually need that, but we can take advantage of the fact that the Buzzy Beetles do act as defense. Okay, there we go. That was a good, secure pattern. Okay, that's going to work out fairly well, actually. Oh, except the poison's rising, and we are on the lower level, and that is going to be a bit of a trap. Okay. Let that fall. Then grab the P. And okay. Gotta race this all the way to the end. And that's okay. As long as we don't need a P-Balloon coming straight out of this. Left or right? Let's do left. Okay, left is going to give us more P. Right would have given us something up above. And the bomb is going to force you to stay out. 500-second timer to work with here, so not too concerned about flying with a little bit of precision. As you can see, once you get to the underside of that spike, it is going to toggle the on-off switch. Oh, okay, that's a troll exit, okay. Pick a path. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do think that the pick-a-path nature of some of this does have a bit of a fairness issue, particularly because the first time you are not going to really have an accurate guess of whether or not the poison level is going to at any time actually stop. Left and right pipes here are pretty clearly just kind of pick-a-pipe interaction. Yeah, that's going to drop us out a totally different set of pipes entirely. Nope, that's not what I wanted. That's okay, let's just try to get down anyway. Interestingly, it sort of looked like if I knew the pattern in advance or did a spin jump down there out of a damage boost, that it would have been quite possible to just fall all the way down to where we wanted to go. So. Okay, let's grab this. And pick a path. And yeah, everything's gonna spawn its way down there. We'll just let these fellows drop. Oh, never mind. That's a pretty big drop. Okay. And let's go. And forward. First part of the stage is kind of like don't touch anything. Yeah, yeah. I definitely see that that's what it's supposed to be. I know that I'm not supposed to drop safely down without the use of the P-Balloon. And that I could in fact be taking this more patiently, which is not something I often have to say. Whoa, 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 whoa. Homing missile is going to go home. Look at that mole falling with us down left. It's like we're buddies falling together. Like, you know, falling out of the airplane at the beginning of Salman Rushdie's The Satanic Verses. If any of you are familiar with the novel that earned him a death sentence in Iran, that's actually how it opens. It opens with two people falling from an airplane. Or there are a couple of scenes like that, actually. Like big falling sequence in Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where you have Mickey Mouse on one side and Bugs Bunny on the other, because there's a contractual stipulation from Disney and Warner that in order to use them in the film that they had to receive equal screen time. Seems like here we had a similar contractual arrangement with the Monty Mole that was falling alongside to our left. And whoops. Okay, that's not going to go. I mean, we're clearly not going to survive this, but let's just see where it goes anyway. And oh, look, we actually could have cheesed that and fallen all the way down to the checkpoint flag if we were accurate, so no reason to give up on that just yet. It is, in fact, highly cheesable. Yeah, which led to Donald versus Daffy in the piano bar, that's right. Very beginning of the film. I'm trying to remember which song that they actually had in the dueling pianos scene, because it is one of the old standards, like one of the old dueling standards that is familiar to me. I don't remember if it was like It Had to Be You or something else like that. And, or if I'm just thinking of another piano bar scene in an animated film. And, oh, whoop. Okay, that's going to tail me for a bit. Which is always going to be a little threatening because they, of course, do damage, including friendly fire within bomb range. But yeah, the longer we survive, the better we do, because even if we take damage, damage boost can get us through a surprising amount of this. And look at that, it's a checkpoint that's going to give us a P-Balloon and drop us down into Roy Zone. Roy is just going to peek around for a little bit and drop. Look at that bonsai. Just Roy, I think, has one of the more difficult patterns to see in terms of when you're actually able to hit him. You can hit him in his peeking out of the ground phase, and you can hit him in his drop phase. But quite often, he looks vulnerable when he isn't. Okay, Morton's going to drop some fire. And... oh. 2 hits. Let's grab a third one. He's going to try to fake me out as much as he can. There we go. And of course, eliminates the projectiles instantly, as with all the Koopalings. That's going to work out fairly well. Okay. Okay, no, let's do that again. Let's not let that explode. Let's try to make that precision gap there. That's not going to be very generous to us, unfortunately. Okay. Grab that fire flower before we start to take out Roy. And yeah. I gotta say, I'll let you folks in on a little bit of a secret. So, for those of you who are following 4YMM, I have had a bit of a sneak peek as a beta tester for some of this stuff. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I will say that this week's batch that's coming this weekend has what is probably the best concept for a Koopaling boss rush I have ever seen. It is a very special concept, and that's something that you should look forward to. What makes the Roy battle hard is the spike tops? I don't think so, actually. What makes Roy battle hard is simply the thing that always makes Roy hard, which is, you know, do you know when you are actually allowed to hit him? So yeah, since this is the last standard queue level of the stream, and possibly the last overall, I will, in the meantime, just kind of tell you what the stream plans are going forward for the next week or so. Very likely, if there is interest, tomorrow we'll be switching to Paper Mario. We'll be doing Mario Maker again on Saturday night or in the EU Sunday morning, or the usual backlog stream that has lately been a preview for the makers of 4YMM before their stuff gets uploaded. And that tends to be a pretty good maker hangout. Viewer levels might be scaled down a little bit, just simply depending on how much time Paper Mario takes, but I do plan to do it again in this block, as we always do, next week. And we'll be running the 4YMM batch of levels itself on the Tuesday. The spike tops really do get a bit crowded, don't they? Yeah. Okay, I guess you are right about that. That's okay, Roy can eliminate some of those on our behalf, and we do have the flower available. We need a little more room to move. We need a little more room to move. Yeah, they do fill the screen pretty quickly, so... for those of you unfamiliar with the 4YMM 4 Years of Mario Maker project, there are currently 24 levels that have been published, and there are 8 more coming every week, and they are very high quality. And so I do recommend that you look into that and keep up, because we'll be covering plenty more of that on this stream. Okay, Roy is dawdling over there, and we want him to get over here, or the spike tops are going to be a massive problem. I remember in Mario Maker 1, back when we still had pipe stacking, that there was somebody who made a concept just like this, where the whole idea was that you had a certain amount of time to beat the level before spike tops just spawned everywhere and infested the entirety of the screen. Now, due to the fact that we no longer have pipe stacking, I think that concept is no longer doable in quite the same spectacular way. But that's where I remember this sort of rule for how all this enemy spawning works, that they just keep on coming and coming. Yeah, this Roy, you know, he stays on screen and you can't actually hit him for the longest time. Okay, let's just get through the door. We have no power-up refresh going into Morton. Just gotta hit him directly, and Morton always fakes me out a little bit with his shell bounce. Why not spin jump a bit? That's a very good question. I feel like that is a smart thing to do. And indeed, we can just bounce him a couple times here. Oh. Oh, missed his peaking phase. Missed his drop phase because he's going to drop like that. Let's actually grab a fire flower this time before we proceed to Morton's room. Let's grab another fire flower before we proceed to Morton's room. Just to give myself as much of a buffer as I'm able to have, since we clearly need it from the way I'm playing. Okay. Nope, that was going to get smushed. Yep, that's true. We are allowed to go back. That is very true. Not a one-way door by any means, so... Okay, let's try to just dispatch him somewhat quickly. Wait for the next flower. And go. I mean, you would still need to get Morton regardless. And yeah, I do see what you mean by just deciding to go back for more flowers as often as we can manage. Including after Morton has already been cleared. Now, interesting thing though is that just sort of wondering about how the on-off activation would work in relation to that. Oh, I see, because of a Thwomp. The Thwomp takes out the spike if the on-off state has been changed. Therefore, when you come back, the on-off state remains off. Okay. Okay. Stomp him one more time. Let's just get him. Let's just get him now. Go back for a flower. And yeah, let's move forward. And wait for another one. And yeah, precision checks. Not our forte, but at least you can hug the wall on those further ones there. Now there are going to be more icicles that drop from up above, and... Okay, let's see if we can pass this check here. Oh, jeez. Okay. Let's get out as soon as possible, and that's going to be a P-balloon, so surviving with power-ups there was certainly a good idea. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, so distinguishing between the side thwomps and down thwomps is going to be just the whole concept behind that little maze have been shown. And yeah, let's see. Well, I mean, kind of nice of Roy to clear out some space for us, of course. And back we go. Okay, get Morton a little further out of the way. Let him bounce around a little bit. Pop him. Go back for the flower. And continue. Poison forces don't touch anything? Yeah, I got that idea. I mean, knowing that you can't touch anything, unfortunately, it doesn't really help you get through it. Okay, those spike hitboxes, I swear. That's something that is a little bit troublesome to work around, but... Will we make it? Nope. Never. And needed to get pretty much on board those icicles. On board the one on the right, probably. I mean, last time we jumped down to return to the donut block, but... I gotta say, I find that spike hitbox precision checks are, in general, like one of the least interesting things in the game. But I've very rarely found them to actually add to a level. But I know some people absolutely love them. Like, some people are just crazy about the super high precision stuff, which is just all about dodging spikes everywhere. I am not one of those players. But, you know, it's one of those cases where you just have to find your audience. Okay, we better grab that flower. I mean, I'm going to actually get back through the store to despawn everything. Here we go. Yeah, I don't remember the hitboxes being that bad in Maker 1, but then I never really played a lot of the super precision stuff in Maker 1 either. I mean, I've seen a lot more of it in Maker 2 simply because people do send it to me from time to time. But yeah, we'll see. It's a fairly lengthy segment to get through if you die at the poison part. Okay, losing the ability to take a hit there is probably just going to be the end of me because I pretty much take 2 hits every time I go down the precision check. Every time, so I'm pretty much dead at this point. Pretty much dead. I don't think there's much room for negotiation there. Nope. We'll see. Looking at some of the late segments, I actually don't know if I'll be able to get through this one, but we'll put in a fair effort at it. And try to do what we can. Probably should have just gone back for Roy and the flower refresh there. Oh, Bonsai Bill's gonna follow us today. Or not. And we'll just wait for Roy to come back whenever he feels like it. And yeah. Clear some space. And he's going to hang around the other side for a bit. Getting used to that at this point. Whoa. Okay, actually getting the jump on him for a change. Of course, once it gets crowded here, that's what prevents Roy from spawning, in some ways. For a little while, he just has a great deal of trouble spawning into this room at all. You see? Because he's getting blocked by the spike tops there, as you can see from the ceiling pattern. But we'll make it through. Yeah, Bonsai Bill just does that from time to time, you know, when he's having a bad day. I don't think he's serious about it. But nope, probably should have gone back for the flower that time, but I was on 2 hits and thought that I could probably sneak in one more. Okay, I was just not paying attention that time. That's very much on me. Okay, let's... that. Bottom. And Thwomp doesn't want the switch to go back. Yeah, that's very true. We did notice that earlier. Oops. Go back, grab that flower. No, we need the flower. Because the precision check I am beginning to expect is always going to dock me 2 hits. That's just what's going to happen. And... nope. Need to do that again because of the Magic Koopa missile. Mecha Koopa missile, rather. The blast from the Blasted Koopa. Oh, look at that. We actually made it that time. Quite by accident, I'm sure. Okay, that'll give me an extra point of damage to work with. We ordinarily would not have had. So let's see if I'm gonna get clipped in the ear or something. Yeah. Once again, look at that hammer coming in from the left side as well. What a nuisance that would be. Okay, don't know if I'm really going to stay with this level past one good solid attempt at this segment, to be honest. I think I'm already kind of going too slow. Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do at this point, since we are back in the main world for that, I'm going to tap out of here and see how much we had left. I know I've just reset past all the checkpoints, but I just want to see how close we were. And yeah, actually, that was pretty much the last part, getting past the Thwomp pattern there. But at the same time, I think, you know, with all the precision check and all that, that's going to take me a bit long. So I think I may have to capitulate on this one. We can try to make one good attempt on it again if we can recover our checkpoint position fairly quickly, since I don't think I had trouble with very much getting up to Roy. But if it looks like we're just going to spin our wheels and get stuck on it, I will probably quit this one. And Ogner, if you're still here, you were saying earlier that you might have one last one to submit if we are doing a last one. I think I may have time for that. Just to end on a different note. Oh, look, we actually made it through with the P-Balloon for once, but that's not going to let me through the door. Yeah, this is just a drop. You don't touch anything drop, supposedly. That mole dropping next to us. And then... yeah, we're actually pretty much directly back to where we were before, so this will be... hopefully... oh, look at that Spiny just dropping all the way down here. Hang out with the rest of us. Gonna set it on fire, because that's what you do. And Bex Plays, you caught me right at the end of my stream, or what was presumably the end, so why don't we say hello to you. So, folks who came in with Bex Plays, this was technically the last level in the queue. If some of you are sticking around after it, we may be able to reopen for one last batch. I might just have the time, so stick around if you're able. We were about to finish up, though, so... But since you all came in, like, maybe I can sneak in one or two more. I know, for instance, that I have not actually played the latest one from Vex Plays itself. So if you are sticking around, like, maybe we can take a look at that as our closer. I was actually just about to give up on this one. We had already tapped out the main screen. And we were just about to call it quits. Okay, I got it. Yeah, it's pretty close to it. Don't touch anything, to be honest, this one. But we'll... I was already kind of technically past my last attempt on this, but we saw how close I was to the very end. I was really literally one set of obstacles from finishing. So I decided to just come back here and redo it. Just to see if we can give a fair shot to that last little bit. But I'm not going to stay on it for very long. This is really past my last try. But anyway, Bex Plays, how was your stream on your end? I hope that went well. That everything has been kind of as sunny and fruitful as always. I know that recently you had been doing the hard mode hack on Thousand Year Door, which I had missed. I was actually going to ask you about what that hard mode hack was. But I suppose a lot of that was kind of pre-gaming for Origami King, which is... should be out on eShop tonight, actually. Probably planning to get it physical, if I can find it physical tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to get a power-up. Okay, that's going to be a problem. Given that I cannot reverse my way over, and that there is a really nasty precision check in this segment here. And you had a nice contest day, okay. Oh, actually made it through that little slot for once. That almost never happens. Well, I hope the contest has been going productively then. I'm almost certainly going to get clipped here by a Rocky Wrench. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to finish this one. But yeah, since all of you came in here, if... yeah, we'll, actually... let me see how much time I have here. Let's mark this as a loss for now, so thank you for that, Matt Blue. Yeah, Matt Blue, I mean, you know, some of the concepts are okay, but, you know, there's a bit of pick-a-pipe trollishness in there, and a few things that I think raise some questions of fairness from time to time. You know, a few things that, you know, feel kind of like oversights, like the doors that let you go back for power-ups, much as I relied on them. But just little things to clean up here and there if you want a level that's a little more approachable. I mean, you know, if you want the level to come out like this and you want to catch players by surprise, that's certainly your call. And I have abandoned it in disgrace. So, for those of you who just came in, I don't think I really have time to open for a full round of codes, but what I can do is, since I'm sure Bex Plays was much too modest to show you his own most recent level, is I will close with something by him as a bit of word of appreciation for having received the raid. I played almost everything by him, but not the last two, so we might even do both, actually, since I brought the whole crew here, and we can kind of embarrass his level design, perhaps. And, I overestimate you? Well, we'll see. So anyway, I'll just give you a bit of a word about how we're running things over the next week for those of you who just came in, because we are about to wrap up the stream. I'll play one and probably both of these for all of you to kind of enjoy and heckle with the Bex emotes. But yeah, we have been covering quite closely the 4YMM 4 Years of Mario Maker project. Yeah, I'm going to listen to SSB Ninja on this one. I'm not going to skip. And that's something where on the Saturday to Sunday stream, we do a bit of a preview of the week's upcoming makers before the morning when they upload. And there's some very exciting things coming in week 4. So we already have 24 levels up, and there are 8 more coming this weekend, and some of them are, I assure you, very, very interesting. We are covering the 4YMM levels ourselves on Tuesdays and doing viewer levels on Thursdays, plus some occasional bonus viewer level streams here and there. Viewer levels is probably going to be a bit limited over the next week, simply because we might be streaming Paper Mario: The Origami King. I haven't quite decided yet if we will do that. I probably will, but you know, I don't know how much interest there will be in running a single-player game on this stream where we normally do Mario Maker levels almost all the time. But in any case, let's take a look and let's see how bad this could possibly be. Robo Rampage. Escort a giant Rob to Bowser's castle. Can you repel his entire army? Look at all those S's in the course code for this one. SS9, SC8, SSG. That C just looks like such an interloper. Okay, so this is going to give us a helmet. Ludwig is going to... Oh, I see. It's going to be track-based, and we have a bit of a reset door here because we are slow. No, a reset door just gets us directly on robot. And of course, we completely missed the pink coin early on. Oh, I can cheese it, I can cheese it. I can't cheese it. S-tier stage, yeah. I think that's certainly... Whoops. That's not a reset. Let's start over. Interesting that there is a key door here. I guess the implication is that the key is going to be attached to Ludwig. Or be dependent, indeed, on the pink coins. So let's do the Rob Escort. Let's not do the Rob Escort. Let's ride to Cloud. I'm probably going to run out of Cloud, but that's what resetting through this door is for. Grab another helmet. Is the Cloud going to come back? Yes, it is. And we'll just cheese it. Grab this. Oh, Super Ball. Okay, couldn't really see what to do with the Super Ball, unfortunately. E-switch. Interesting. Let's just slam this thing. Nope. We failed to slam this thing. But I do see the 3rd out of 5 coins. I'm sure that everything I'm doing here is completely intentional. And... oh. Yeah, took him out. Let's grab that coin. To the left. Let's reset this. It's my giant killer robot, and I'll do what I want with it. So let's, okay. Come back up here. Lose the helmet. Fight by accident. Where was that Super Ball? There was a Super Ball somewhere here. We missed it. Oh, Fire Flower. Okay, we'll take that. And Ludwig is the one we're looking for, right? That we want to hunt down and destroy. Alright, we'll get back on the mech, and so we can grab this helmet here. Fall into this coin here. Missing a coin, I felt like there was one that was actually lower down that was available. Wow, look at Roy riding in with the cavalry. And we are missing the final coin, but that's okay. At least all the coins are accounted for, and we know they are doable. Which is an important piece of information. So once again, let's get back up here. Wrap around for coin 1. Reset. Cloud is how you beat it yourself. No reason not to take it. Yeah, I agree. Whoops. Hey, nice to have a mushroom refresh. There. Oh. Okay, going to lose the helmet, but at least we managed to get the coin, and so we can consider that a moral victory. Grab this helmet, lose it once again. Grab the Fire Flower, hopefully keep it. No, we're not going to keep it. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. We're going to ride this out. Look at the cavalry just riding in like that everywhere. Oh, the stun is going to cause some potential issues. Nope, forgot to grab the helmet. That's fine, we've got another one coming. It's not absolutely required. And then we'll have another shot at this cloud. And that's going to take another shot at us. Okay, let's try to aim for that cloud once again. And back here. I mean, you know, given the placement of that particular coin, I don't see a better way to do it. Although, given the placement of the key door, I guess there is something eventually that will take us back there. Well, got trapped up top above the semi-solid, but I think, yeah, I think I was just dashing about up top and crossing the one-tile gap and not really able to fall back in gracefully, so... Okay. Let's go. And you know what, we can just ride it out. We have plenty of time. Okay, I was hoping to stop that and then maybe get in from under to wear it as a helmet somehow. That was not a great strategy, and we should, in fact, do reset after cloud. Whoops. There we go. And yeah, we'll see if we have time for the other one after I beat this one, which we were fairly close to doing, being one coin away from the first of possibly multiple keys in this level. And okay, there we go. Okay, once again, going to grab the cloud and not get sniped too many times. Ooh, Super Ball. I probably don't want to get too far ahead. But you know what, we'll get far ahead. It's a level that's pretty much entirely on tracks. We can do it. The robot will catch up. And in the meantime, we'll just kind of hang out here while the cavalry decides to ride around. And here's the mech. Giant robot is going to deliver us a helmet right on schedule. Roy going to be very fashionably riding in as the cavalry. Cavalry atop the Wiggler. Oh, Super Ball. Let's not go for that. Okay. Helmet. Let's go for that. Now, we had one last coin down here somewhere, didn't we? That I completely missed. I totally did miss the coin. And robot's going to turn around. Oh, it's going to turn around. Okay, that's what the entire level is set up to do. That would have been maybe interesting to know earlier. But that's what the first coin placement was for. Okay, I understand now. Let's get that mushroom up top. And just have a very relaxing ride all the way back. Very relaxed as everything respawns. And so yeah, it's going to ride this out. We have a P-switch, not really sure what it's going to be for, but we'll take it in case it is somehow necessary for something we'll see later in the level. I mean, I guess if the P-switch were active, everything at the end of the level would have been locked up shut. But then falling into where Ludwig's going to be Super Ball, no, missed it. Okay, that's gonna be a door up top. Interesting. I guess that would have been a reset point later, much later in the level. We'll pop through here. And we are missing a second key because we didn't kill Ludwig, that's right. So I guess we need to do this again and kill Ludwig. So, wherever he went. I mean, I guess maybe it's based on retaining the P-switch, such that you can blow everything up at the very end of the level. A little bit hard to tell. But I'm sure it was something like that we just failed to understand. Okay, yeah, because we need to drop the P-switch and probably preserve it. Drop the P-switch, come on. Drop the P-switch. No, don't hit the P-switch. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, I killed Ludwig. Okay, let's drop down here, grab the mushroom, look at that shell that I thought I was going to use as a helmet. Well, as you are no doubt already aware, this is a work of madness. But it is the kind of madness we can get behind. Oh. Grab this. Reset. And yeah, we'll try to drop the P-switch safely this time, on the assumption that activating the P-switch at the end is going to be material to the question of getting rid of Ludwig, that section where everything is P-blocked. That may or may not be the case. We'll find out. Try not to hit the P-switch in the meantime, but there are going to be some coins to collect. And more Super Ball? Nope. Not. Okay, 3 coins so far. Whoops. Going for 4 coins. And going for Super Ball. So, where did Ludwig go? And wouldn't this P-switch just kill everything? It would kill everything. Oh, no, Ludwig's right there. Okay. Boom. And then we need coin 5. Which I missed somewhere down low, I'm sure. I think that door was matched to... what? Yeah, well, I mean, we're riding high the whole time, so let's scrape the lower part level in case we missed the coin down here. There's the coin. Here we go. 2 keys. Okay, good. That's actually floor. It was kind of hard to tell in the airship team, but that was indeed a floor. Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, visibility of the P-switch mechanism might be the only thing here that feels a little bit unpredictable. But then that's why the level gets you back and forth, I guess. Give you a chance to see that. A couple of reset doors to take you around. And you're well aware, yeah. And we have a checkpoint, so there is more where all of that came from. Much more. Okay. What do we want to do about Lemmy here? Let's just move forward and... okay, it looks like we have Phase 2. And... yeah, I mean, I guess surviving with the P-switch would allow you, once again, to do something, but in the meantime, we'll just nuke Bowser as much as we can and hope that does something. Oh, and the Mecha Koopa is still alive. Okay, so much for that. Missed a Super Ball. That would have been handy, actually. Yeah, keeping the P-switch is probably the intention, but... Of course, being able to bomb him or shoot at him with Master Sword would also have been very helpful. But in the meantime, we'll just try to survive this, and... Down we go, eh? Down, down, down. There we go. And we got a key. And through the pipe, okay. Okay, so world record, which surprises even me. But I suppose we kind of blew through that right from the checkpoint, and also had a bit of a quick strategy to get around the first section, so. 1-C to Great Space Escape. Yeah, we have time. If you have time to stay and watch it. We'll just close with this one. This will be the last one we do today. Great Space Escape. That was a speedrun challenge as well, okay. Okay, we actually did need to hit that switch. Got a key here, got a mushroom here. Oh, I see. I need to get up onto the claw. Okay, no, I need to drop the poison mushroom from the claw, get up on the claw. The claw allows me to hit the on-off switch, which then allows me to do what? Allows me to grab the mushroom. Also allows me to drop the poison into the pit if I wanted to do that. Allows me to also accidentally drop the good mushroom into the pit if I wanted conversely to do that. Let's just drop the poison, there we go. And ride this thing up. There we go. And the mushroom is just going to stick there, okay. It's fine, we'll just not drop down the pit. Poison mushroom can in fact be dropped down the pit. Just drop it on this side of the conveyor. No. Was trying to jump there. Oh, right, because you said something about putting together a space-themed world, didn't you? And this must have been a part of that. Okay. Well, now we kind of remember. Yeah, okay, we'll let this drop safely. And just ride that up all the way. So yeah, that happened. And, yep, we'll just drop this guy. We'll be safely out of the way. Drop this guy. And, yeah, interesting little mushroom trap there just from being repelled by Mario's exposition. And let's lead this over so we can get around it. Never know why I might want to keep the mushroom. Okay, there we go. 10 coin up there, key in the starting area. Who knows what madness that is for. Okay. Looks like getting the beam to fire at the bomb is going to be the name of the game. We don't want to get trapped up where the... Oh, is it released mushrooms? Whoops. Yeah, we want to get him to land in the middle segment then, I guess. Oh no, this is all open now, okay. Okay. And there's going to be some kind of on-off activation. Also semi-solids that allow us to get through here. Yeah, that's going to allow us to drop down symmetrically on either side. And that's not going to do a thing. Not without taking a mecha with us and giving it a good old toss. Oh. Didn't really pay attention to that muncher. This is quite a track pattern. I guess we'll just tap some switches and see what happens. And just assume that it's going to work. Okay. Damage boost allowed us to consume the poison mushroom. What are we doing? We're just tapping switches until such time as we have claws that can take us somewhere interesting, I hope. And yeah, that's just a drop point for the mushrooms that fire out of the blaster on the left side. We'll be using that a couple times until we see what's happening. Oh, okay, I mean, this here allows you to get over to that 50 coin. Does it give me enough room to dash it back? Please tell me it gives me enough room to dash back. Does it actually not? Hang on. Maybe if I get on... Okay, I might actually be locked. Unfortunately. Oh no, there we go, there we go. Just enough of a dash. Just enough of a dash. Okay, let's see about this guy again. I see Koopas, I see icicles. Do I need to drop the icicles? No. Now, what if... What could possibly be activated here that I'm not seeing? Could be something off screen with the track pattern down below. Oh, also, okay, that's why the mushroom wasn't firing, is because the mushroom is trapped on the right side. It's no mushroom firing pattern. Okay. Managed to stall there for a surprisingly long time. But... the text above you has 6 letters? Yes, that is correct. That is very, very correct. Okay, let's jump back up here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's just let that trap and get out of the way. No. No. Not gonna wait for that. So yeah, it looks like we will once again need a bomb activation on this side. If it would be so kind as to give us one. Ah, no, okay, it's based on muncher timing. It's actually entirely timer-based. Oh, no worries about that. And we just need to, at this point, get up top. Hit this. Yeah. Good to know that it is just as entertaining for you. That seems to be a pretty important consideration here. We'll have mushrooms. Come over here. Interesting that if we grab this guy, I can in fact take out the blue mechas on that side as long as we don't run headfirst into a poison mushroom. Thinking that taking out the blue mechas will at least allow me to see what I'm supposed to do in that whole section, which is as yet a little unclear. Probably missing something very, very obvious. But we will see soon enough. Just drop it. Drop it. Drop, drop, drop. Okay. Okay, so we just need to wait out the timer. Get that kindly muncher to come along and blow everything up. And eat some poison. I mean, it seems like the general principle with poison mushrooms is just to take advantage of a damage boost to consume them whenever possible. Okay. That swing back and come back down. Oh, there we go. Oh, should have taken advantage of that damage boost, as I was saying just a moment ago, just to get rid of all the poison. Oh, interesting that the electric Zappa Koopa decided to just leave us. Very end. Alright, fine. Okay, let's try to jump up. There we go. Nope, forgot to hit the on-off switch. Which would have been necessary for progressing, but okay, that was unfortunate. Okay, let's just kind of collect ourselves here and try to do it properly this time. Drop, drop, drop. And there we go. Still thinking about that key on the left. I mean, ultimately we'll have to loop around, I think, and come through the key door, and that's going to be the progression of the level. Oh, whoops. Okay. Thought I would just consume that one at least. Just gonna jump over. Muncher is going to come down and release us from our imprisonment. Let's actually remember to tap that switch this time. Hey, person with no headphones has arrived. Well, hello, person with no headphones. You've just seen me realize that this is a progressive power-up. Seems to be a very important discovery. I feel like we must have noticed that earlier. Not paid attention to it. Oh, lost the mecha. Well, I guess we should just tap these on-off switches until something works. Until a claw goes where it is intended. It's going to swing around to that side. Oh, I see, because you're supposed to take this up and forward, and it's supposed to drop off at this side, isn't it? And then something happens. Alternatively, I could come back here and grab another mecha. I think often when you play enough of Mario Maker, you start thinking about, well, rather you stop thinking about interactions that can happen past the standard despawn range. Just lose track of how many things you can in fact do to make life easier for yourself. No, that's not going to be it. But okay, let's nuke that guy. Okay. Now, let's actually look at this room in peace. And almost in peace. Okay, let's dispense with this one too. If it's going to perhaps gracefully just keep to itself on that side and walk off. Yeah, that's right. So that's going to loop around. And then, yeah, and then we want to transport that to the left side in just a moment once it passes this track. And then it's going to come up and fall, and then we follow it over, don't we? We follow it over, and something is going to happen. Yeah. Okay, just gonna ride this out, almost. And this reminds you of Metroid, really? Okay. I mean, certainly fits the spacey theme. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, so this is finally some progress, some glitchy progress. That's going to take me through to the checkpoint, which is rather important at this stage, given how much progress we have made. Why don't we grab that fire flower and then decide what to do from there. Now, it looks like this guy can be hit to the right and left of the cannon, but moreover that there is some platforming that is doable on his other side. Can I actually step on him? Yes, I can. And he'll just get crushed. There is, of course, going to be a bonus of 30 coin that we are going to be reckless enough to take. I'm going to explore as well. This looks vulnerable. This looks like it wasn't supposed to happen. Okay, no, that was protected. That was protected. And what's going to happen up here? It looks like another massive track escort. By the looks of it. So why don't we come back here and see where the starting point possibly be. It looks like these doors might give us some kind of reset. Aha, there's the track. And now that we have the track, we just bring it all the way over. Poison Mushroom wants to be our friend. But it has now been caught up in some other business. What happened to the fire flower that was here earlier? I guess maybe if it spawned as a mushroom, it would have just spawned all the way away. No, because we consumed it earlier on the same attempt. Okay. I should have actually taken that claw over. Because that was our ticket over to the other side. Okay. Let's reset. Let's reset from checkpoint. You are back, and this time you brought your headphones, okay. You tried your best to sleep? Well, that's sometimes as much as we can do when it comes to getting any sleep whatsoever. Oh, nope. Wrong side of the tracks. Yep, this claw grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. And I guess this time we will have to power up respawning on the right side of the blue mecha, though, as we get into this room. Or we won't, okay. Wonder where that flower came from the last time then. Okay, let's see if he can give me a bit of a zap. He's not going to give me a zap. Now he's going to give me a zap. Let's reset. I guess that's one thing, is that if you're going to race the claw blindly over without having previously demolished tracks, the timing there, if you don't know what's coming, can be a little bit difficult to spot. This guy will ultimately be caught by this claw here, which will keep us separated and impose a bit of a restraining order. No. Okay, let's get around, Not quite. Not quite. Getting closer. Just... Oh no, that's a wall. Okay. Dance around a mushroom. Yeah, that's how failures tend to happen here. Oh yeah, okay, once again we need to hop off the wall on this side. Yeah, a bit difficult to catch that, I think. So, I'm afraid that does impose a reset. And a reset with no further mushroom. Well, that's going to come across at least. Without too much fuss. And... yeah, let's just... Aha! Yeah. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to track which attempt we're on. In terms of other things like that have already been made available. Okay, that's not what I was expecting, but that's, I suppose, one additional thing we'll have to learn how to play around. Okay, I'm going to do something clever this time. Or at least slightly more clever. I'm going to bust this open first. Bust that open first, and then let's see if this guy's going to get out of my way. Yes, he is. Then we'll need to deal with the respawn when we're back, I'm sure, but... we're going to learn this gradually. Seems like there isn't really an order that feels intuitively optimal when it comes to, you know, just trying to find an efficient way of doing things, but, you know, it is more of an adventure level than just a standard platforming level, where there is going to be some poking around for locks and keys on a very large scale, and it will eventually return us to the very start, and so... okay. That's not the way forward. Okay, let's get around him. Through the pipe, and that's going to be checkpoint 2 at long last. And a boss room. Okay, this is going to be an interesting little arcade game by the looks of it. And... okay. Let's see what we can do to crush him. Oh, I see ice over pipe, and I assume that having the missile be led up to the pipe is going to be the solution to this, although we do have a key door, and so hard to tell for sure what's going to happen there. Try to wrap it around in the meantime, and whoops. Yeah, always a little bit difficult to find a good optimal spacing when it comes to something like that, but we are just after the checkpoint. And yeah, let's just head down and I mean, dismounting him in mid-flight such that the cannon gets a crush on him, that seems to be the easiest way forward. Through to Kedor, it certainly felt like having the missile open up the yellow pipe was going to be the alternate entrance. I mean, we'll see what's going on. Ah, yes, alternate exit. So 2 different methods depending on whether you keep them alive. Hey, shall we do this again? Take the risk just to get the mushroom? I think we shall. Could end very badly, of course. We fall into the pit like we did in a much earlier attempt. Could end very badly indeed, so let's take care not to do that. Punch our way through here, and this looks like it's going to be the goal screen. We're going to enter our little gunship. We're going to enter our little gunship from the bottom. Oh, look at that little poison mushroom there. Am I ever glad I got a mushroom at the end. And yeah, we're going to pretend to fly away in our gunship as the planet, as it does, blows up behind us. That was the Great Space Escape. I guess if we ever do play the Space World that is being put together, the Space World 2000, where we will see the demo of a Link that is definitely not cel-shaded, only to have all our expectations subverted years later. And we'll probably have to look at this one once again, but the solution's pretty much all settled. So that will be indeed the last one that we covered today. Thank you so much, everybody who decided to stick around for a rather lengthy epilogue to a stream that I actually intended to end much earlier. And yeah, once again, Bexplays, thank you for dropping by with the raid. Very happy to take the opportunity to catch up on your 2 most recent levels while you were present to bear witness. And yeah, that was fun. Definitely a very different flow to it than a lot of ordinary levels that I see day to day. I actually feel like that kind of general, you know, puzzle adventure level or Metroid style level or that kind of large layout that was very popular in Maker 1 has actually kind of been in decline in Maker 2, or at least that's the sense that you get from playing around in the Twitch ecosystem, where ideas routinely tend to be much more focused and things tend to file into much more specific genres. Regardless, that's going to be all from my end. We'll probably be scanning around for somebody worth a rating in return. And so for the time being, thanks for watching. Once more, I'm just going to plug the main thrust of our Mario Maker coverage recently, which has been the 4 years of Mario Maker project. We're going to be proceeding with week 4 next Tuesday, likely returning to this same time slot for viewer levels. And we'll see what else I fit in, although, as I said before, the usual late night slots that we've been doing for viewer levels will likely be reallocated for the time being to Paper Mario, if there is interest. Meanwhile, those of you who are in fact starting Paper Mario tonight do have a great time with it, and I certainly look forward to comparing some notes and discussing it with you all. So, thank you for coming by. You folks have a good night, and those of you still kind of lurking around, I'll see if I can send you on to somebody receptive. So, be well. Have a good day.